Attend, O reader, our tale of fantasy. Did I get the last word on that wrong? Someone will send me an email. Uh, Welcome back to Paper Cuts, everybody. Um, it's been a couple weeks of my time. I had myself a nice little holiday. Hopefully, if this episode isn't quite long enough to fill the shoes that the monthly upload needs to fill, I will be able to fill that set of shoes with some Sherlock Holmes, because that's the biggest one that I haven't finished. I think there was a couple of stories in that Sherlock Holmes volume that I was reading, and that's fun. So you might get some Sherlock Holmes episodes this month. Who knows? Regardless, Magnus Cat, everybody. Switch, switch, scratch. Sorry, I'm doing my best to edit those out of the podcast, but sometimes the way the cat has caused problems is just too spectacular to not leave in. Anyway, let's dive right in, shall we? Let's dive right into chapter. I believe it's chapter 10. The numbers were one off in this part. Well, it's listed as chapter 9 in the book, so we'll read it as chapter 9. Let's get started. Chapter 9. Half England was desolate when October came, and the equinoctial winds swept over the earth, chilling the ardors of the unhealthy season. The summer, which was uncommonly hot, had been protracted into the beginning of this month, when on the 18th a sudden change was brought about from summer temperature to winter frost. Pestilence then made a pause in her death-dealing career. If only it would make a pause in her death-dealing career right now. Gasping, not daring to name our hopes, yet full even to the brim with intense expectation, we stood, as a shipwrecked sailor stands on a barren rock islanded by the ocean, watching a distant vessel, fancying that it now nears, and then again that it is bearing from sight. The promise of a renewed lease of life turned rugged natures to melting tenderness, and by contrast filled the soft with harsh and unnatural sentiments. When it seemed destined that we were all to die, we were reckless of the how and when. Now that the virulence of the disease was mitigated, and it appeared willing to spare some, each was eager to be among the elect, and clung to life with dastard tenacity. Instances of desertion became more frequent, and even murders, which made the hearer sick with horror, where the fear of the contagion had armed those nearest in blood against each other. But these smaller and separate tragedies were about to yield to a mightier interest, and while we were promised calm from infectious influences, a tempest arose wilder than the winds, a tempest bred by the passions of man, nourished by his most violent impulses, unexampled and dire. A number of people from North America, the relics of that populous continent, had set sail for the East with mad desire of change, leaving their native lands, leaving their native plains rather, for lands not less afflicted than their own. Several hundreds landed in Ireland about the 1st of November, and took possession of such vacant habitations as they could find, seizing upon the superabundant food and the stray cattle. As they exhausted the produce of one spot, they went on to another. At length they began to interfere with the inhabitants, and, strong in their concentrated numbers, ejected the natives from their dwellings, and robbed them of their winter store. A few events of this kind roused the fiery nature of the Irish, and they attacked the invaders. Some were destroyed, the major part escaped by quick and well-ordered movements, and danger made them careful. Their numbers ably arranged, the very deaths among them concealed, moving on in good order, and apparently given up to enjoyment, they excited the envy of the Irish. The Americans permitted a few to join their band, and presently the recruits outnumbered the strangers. Nor did they join with them, nor imitate the admirable order which, preserved by the transatlantic chiefs, rendered them at once secure and formidable. The Irish followed their track in disorganized multitudes, each day increasing, each day becoming more lawless. The Americans were eager to escape from the spirit which they had roused, and reaching the eastern shores of the island, embarked for England. Their incursion would hardly have been felt had they come alone, but the Irish, collected in unnatural numbers, began to feel the inroads of famine, and they followed in the wake of the Americans for England also. The crossing of the sea could not arrest their progress. The harbors of desolate seaports of the west of Ireland were filled with vessels of all sizes, from the man-of-war to the small fisher's boat, which lay sailorless and rotting on the lazy deep. The emigrants embarked by hundreds, and unfurling their sails with rude hands made strange havoc of buoy and cordage. Those who modestly betook themselves to smaller craft, for the most part, achieved their watery journey in safety. Some, in the true spirit of reckless enterprise, went on board the ship of 120 guns. The vast hull drifted with the tide out of the bay, and after many hours its crew of landsmen contrived to spread a great part of her enormous canvas. The wind took it, and while 1,000 mistakes of the helms made her present her head now to one point and now to another, the vast fields of canvas that formed her sails flapped with a sound like that of a huge cataract, or such as like a sea forest may give forth when buffeted by an equinoctial north wind. The portholes were open, and with every sea which she lurched washed her decks. They received whole tons of water. The difficulties were increased by a fresh breeze which began to blow, whistling among the shrouds, dashing the sails this way and that, and rending them with horrid split, and such whir as may have visited the dreams of Milton when he imagined the winnowing of the archfiend's van-like wings, which increased the uproar of wild chaos. These sounds were mingled with the roaring of the sea, the splash of the chafed billows round the vessel's side, and the gurgling up of the water in the hold. The crew, many of whom who had never seen the sea before, felt indeed as if heaven and earth came running together, as the vessel dipped her bows in the waves, or rose high among them. Their yells were drowned in the clamor of elements, and the thunder rivings of their unwieldy habitation. They discovered at last that the water gained on them, and they betook themselves to their pumps. They might as well have labored to empty the ocean by a bucketful. As the sun went down, the gale increased. The ship seemed to feel her danger. She was now completely waterlogged, and presented other indications of settling before she went down. The bay was crowded with vessels, whose crews, for the most part, were observing the uncouth sportings of this huge, unwieldy machine. They saw her gradually sink, the waters now rising above her lower decks. They could hardly wink before she had utterly disappeared, nor could the place where the sea closed over her at all be disturbed. Some few of her crew were saved, but the greater part, clinging to her cordage and masts, went down with her, to rise only when death loosened their hold. Magnets, Kitty, Money, Guy, Tom, Brenda, sweet lad. I don't know what you're doing, but I know you shouldn't be doing. I can hear you thinking. Please leave the blankets on. Come here. Come on. Want to be under the blanket? Over here. Try this. Come on. There you go. Magnus has not quite worked out that the blankets work like the curtains do. They're just against the ground of the bed rather than against the wall. And he really likes to be under the bed. He really likes to be under the blankets, rather. And he hasn't worked out how to nose his little nose under the blankets yet. Anyway, death loosened their hold, that's where we were. This event caused many of those who were about to sail to put foot again on firm land, ready to encounter any evil rather than to rush into the yawning jaws of the pitiless ocean. But these were few, especially in comparison to the numbers who actually crossed. Many went up as high as Belfast to ensure a shorter passage, and then journeying down south through Scotland, they were joined by the poorer natives of that country, and all poured with one consent into England. Such incursions struck the English with affright, in all those towns where there was still sufficient population to feel the change. There was room enough indeed in our hapless country for twice the number of invaders, but their lawless spirit instigated them to violence. They took a delight in thrusting the possessors from their houses, in seizing on some mansion of luxury, where the noble dwellers secluded themselves in fear of the plague, in forcing these of either sex to become their servants and purveyors, till the ruin complete. In one place, they removed their locust visitation to another. When unopposed, they spread their ravages wide. In cases of danger, they clustered, and by dint of numbers, overthrew their weak and despairing foes. They came from the east and the north, and directed their course without apparent motive, but unanimously, toward our unhappy metropolis. Communication had been to a great degree cut off through the paralyzing effects of pestilence, so that the van of our invaders had proceeded as far as Manchester and Derby before we received any notice of their arrival. They swept the country like a conquering army, burning, laying waste, murdering. The lower and vagabond English joined with them. Some few of the Lords Lieutenant who remained endeavored to collect the militia, but the ranks were vacant. Panic seized on all, and the opposition that was made only served to increase the audacity and cruelty of the enemy. They talked of taking London, conquering England, calling to mind the long detail of injuries which had many years been forgotten. Such vaunts displayed their weakness rather than their strength, yet still they might do extreme mischief, which ending in their destruction would render them at last objects of compassion and remorse. We were now taught how, in the beginning of the world, mankind clothed their enemies in impossible attributes, and how details proceeding from mouth to mouth might, like Virgil's ever-growing rumor, reach the heavens with her brow, and clasp Hesperus and Lucifer with her outstretched hands. Gorgon and centaur, dragon and iron-hoofed lion, vast sea monster and gigantic hydra were but types of the strange and appalling accounts brought to London concerning our invaders. Their landing was long unknown, but having now advanced within 100 miles of London, the country people flying before them arrived in successive troops, each exaggerating the numbers, fury, and cruelty of the assailants. Tumult filled the before quiet streets, women and children deserting their homes, escaping they knew not whither. Fathers, husbands, and sons stood trembling, not for themselves, but for their loved and defenseless relations. As the country people poured into London, the citizens flew southwards. They climbed the higher edifices of the town, fancying that they could discern the smoke and flames the enemy spread around them. As Windsor lay, to a great degree, in the line of the march from the west, I moved my family to London, assigning the Tower for their sojourn, and joining Adrian, acted as his lieutenant in the upcoming struggle. We employed only 2 days in our preparations, and made good use of them. Artillery and arms were collected. The remnants of such regiments as could be brought through many losses into any show of muster were put under arms. With that appearance of military discipline which might encourage our own party, and seem most formidable to the disorganized multitude of our enemies. Even music was not wanting. Banners floated in the air, and the shrill fife and loud trumpet breathed forth sounds of encouragement and victory. A practised ear might trace an undue faltering in the step of the soldiers, but this was not occasioned so much by fear of the adversary as by disease, by sorrow, and by fatal prognostications, which often weighed most portently on the brave, and quelled the manly heart to abject subjugation. Adrian led the troops. He was full of care. It was small relief to him that our discipline should gain us success in such a conflict. While plague still hovered to equalize the conqueror and the conquered, it was not victory he desired, but bloodless peace. As we advanced, we were met by bands of peasantry, whose almost naked condition, whose despair and horror told at once the fierce nature of our coming enemy. The senseless spirit of conquest and thirst of spoil blinded them, while with insane fury they deluged the country in ruin. The sight of the military restored hope to those who fled, and revenge took the place of fear. They inspired the soldiers with the same sentiment. Languor was changed to ardor. The slow step converted to a speedy pace, while the hollow murmur of the multitude, inspired by that one feeling that deadly filled the air, drowning the clang of arms and the sound of music. Adrian perceived the change, and feared it would be difficult to prevent them from wreaking their utmost fury on the Irish. He rode through the lines, charging the officers to restrain the troops, exhorting the soldiers, restoring order, and quieting in some degree the violent agitation that swelled every bosom. We first came upon a few stragglers of the Irish at St. Albans. They retreated, and, joining others of their companions, still fell back, till they reached the main body. Tidings of an armed and regular opposition recalled them to a sort of order. They made Buckingham their headquarters, and scouts were sent out to ascertain our situation. We remained for the night at Luton. Sure. In the morning, a simultaneous movement caused us each to advance. It was early dawn, and the air, impregnated with the freshest odor, seemed in idle mockery to play with our banners, and bore onwards toward the enemy the music of the bands, the neighings of the horses, and regular step of the infantry. The first sound of martial instruments that came upon our undisciplined foe, it inspired surprise, not unmingled with dread. It spoke of other days of concord and order. It was associated with times when plague was not, and man lived beyond the shadow of imminent fate. The pause was momentary. Soon we heard the disorderly clamor, the barbarian shouts, the untimed step of thousands coming on in disarray. Their troops now came pouring on us from the open country or narrow lanes. A large extent of unenclosed fields lay between us. We advanced to the middle of this, and then made a halt. Being somewhat on superior ground, we could discern the space they covered. When their leaders perceived us drawn out in opposition, they also gave the word to halt, and endeavored to form their men into some imitation of military discipline. The first rank had muskets. Some were mounted, but their arms were such as they had seized during their advance. Their horses, those who they had taken from the peasantry. There was no uniformity, and little obedience, but their shouts and wild gestures showed the untamed spirit that inspired them. Our soldiers received the word and advanced the quickest time, but in perfect order. Their uniform dresses, the gleam of their polished arms, their silence and looks of sullen hate were more appalling than the savage clamor of our innumerous foe. Thus, coming nearer and nearer each other, the howls and shouts of the Irish increased. The English proceeded in obedience to their officers until they came near enough to distinguish the faces of their enemies. The sight inspired them with fury, and with one cry that rent heaven and was re-echoed by the furthest lines, they rushed on. They disdained the use of bullets, but with fixed bayonet dashed among the opposing foe, while the ranks opening at intervals, the matchmen lighted the cannon, whose deafening roar and blinding smoke filled up the horror of the scene. I was beside Adrian. A moment before he had given the word to halt, and had remained a few yards distant from us in deep meditation. He was forming swiftly his plan of action. To prevent the effusion of blood, the noise of cannon, the sudden rush of the troops, and the yell of the foe startled him. With flashing eyes, he exclaimed, "Not one of these must perish!" And plunging the rowels into his horse's side, he dashed between the conflicting bands. We, as his staff, followed him to surround and protect him, and obeying his signal, we fell back some. The soldiery, perceiving him, paused in their onset. He did not swerve from the bullets that passed near him, but rode immediately between the opposing lines. Silence succeeded to clamor. About 50 men lay on the ground, dying or dead. Adrian raised his sword in act to speak. "By whose command," he cried, addressing his own troops, "do you advance? Who ordered your attack? Fall back. These misguided men shall not be slaughtered while I am your general. Sheath your weapons. These are your brothers. Commit not fratricide. Soon the plague will not leave one of you for to glut your revenge upon. Will you be more pitiless than pestilence? As you honor me, as you worship God, in whose image these men are also created, as your children and friends are dear to you, shed not a drop of precious human blood." He spoke with outstretched hand and winning voice, and then turning to our invaders, with a severe brow he commanded them to lay down their arms. "Do you think that because we are wasted by plague you can overcome us? The plague is also among you, and when ye are vanquished by famine and disease, the ghosts of those you have murdered will arise to bid you not hope in death. Lay down your arms, barbarous and cruel men, men whose hands are stained with the blood of the innocent, whose souls are weighed down by the orphan's cry. We shall conquer, for the right is on our side. Already your cheeks are pale, the weapons fall from your nerveless grasp. Lay down your arms, fellow men. Brethren, pardon, succor, and brotherly love await your repentance. You are dear to us, because you wear the frail shape of humanity. Each one among you will find a friend and host among these forces. Shall man be the enemy of man, while plague, the foe to all, is even now among us, triumphing in our butchery, more cruel than her own?" And at this each army paused. While we're paused, this little guy, library cat, has the zoomies. I'll do my best to edit those out. But you may hear a cat running around. Alright, go. Oh, you just want to lay on the table? Now that I've called you out for your zoomies? Hmm? Okay then, I'll take that. On our side, the soldiers grasped their arms firmly and looked with stern glances on the foe. These had not thrown down their weapons, more from fear than the spirit of contest. They looked at each other, each wishing to follow some example given him, but they had no leader. Adrian threw himself from his horse, and approaching one of those just slain, "He was a man, and he was dead. Oh, quickly bind up the wounds of the fallen. Let not one die. Let not one more soul escape through your merciless gashes, to relate before the throne of God the tale of fratricide. Bind up their wounds. Restore them to their friends. Cast away the hearts of tigers that burn in your breasts. Throw down these tools of cruelty and hate. In this pause of exterminating destiny, let each man be brother, guardian, and stay to the other. Away with those blood-stained arms, and hasten, some of you, to bind up these wounds." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground, and raised in his arms a man from whose side the warm tide of life gushed. The poor wretch gasped. So still had either host become that his groans were distantly heard. And every heart, late fiercely bent on universal massacre, now beat anxiously in hope and fear for the fate of this one man. Adrian tore off his military scarf and bound it round the sufferer. It was too late, though. The man heaved a deep sigh, his head fell back, his limbs lost their sustaining power. "He's dead," said Adrian, as the corpse fell from his arms on the ground, and he bowed his head in sorrow and awe. The fate of the world seemed bound up in the death of this single man. On either side the bands threw down their arms, even the veterans wept, and our party held out their hands to their foes, while a gush of love and deepest amity filled every heart. The two forces mingling, unarmed and hand in hand, talking only now about how each might assist the other, the adversaries conjoined, each repenting, the one side their former cruelties, the other their late violence. They obeyed the orders of the general to proceed toward London. Adrian was obliged to exert his utmost prudence, first to allay the discord, and then provide for the multitude of the invaders. They were marched to various parts of southern counties, quartered in deserted villages. A part were sent back to their own island, while the season of winter so far revived our energy. The passes of the country were defended, and any increase of numbers prohibited. On this occasion, Adrian and Idris met after a separation of nearly a year. Adrian had been occupied in fulfilling a laborious and painful task. He had been familiar with every species of human misery, and had forever found his powers inadequate, his aid of small avail. Yet the purpose of his soul, his energy, and ardent resolution prevented any reaction of sorrow. He seemed born anew, in virtue more potent than Median Oh, as in Medea, the Greek myth. I'm saying it wrong, most definitely. He seemed born anew, in virtue more potent than Median alchemy, endued him with health and strength. Idris hardly recognized the fragile being whose form had seemed to bend even to the summer breeze, in this energetic man whose very excess of sensibility rendered him more capable of fulfilling his station of pilot in storm-tossed England. It was not thus with Idris. She was uncomplaining, but the very soul of fear had taken its seat in her heart. She had grown thin and pale, her eyes filled with involuntary tears, her voice was broken and low. She tried to throw a veil over the change which she knew her brother must observe in her, but the effort was ineffectual, and when alone with him, with a burst of irrepressible grief, she gave vent to her apprehensions and sorrow. She described in vivid terms the ceaseless care that with still renewing hunger ate into her soul. She compared this gnawing of sleepless expectation of evil to the vulture that fed on the heart of Prometheus. Under the influence of this eternal excitement, and of the interminable struggles she endured to combat and conceal it, she felt, as she said, as if all the wheels and springs of the animal machine worked at double rate, and were fast consuming themselves. Sleep was not sleep, for her waking thoughts, bridled by some remain of reason, and by the sight of her children happy and in health, were then transformed to wild dreams. All her terrors were realized, all her fears received their dread fulfillment. To this state there was no hope, no alleviation, unless the grave should quickly receive its destined prey, and she be permitted to die before she experienced 1,000 living deaths in the loss of those she loved. Fearing to give me pain, she hid, as best she could, the excess of her wretchedness, but meeting thus her brother after a long absence, she could not restrain the expression of her woe, but with all the vividness of imagination with which misery is always replete, she poured out the emotions of her heart to her beloved and sympathizing Adrian. Her present visit to London tended to augment her state of inquietude, by showing in its utmost extent the ravages occasioned by pestilence. It hardly preserved the appearance of an inhabited city. Grass sprung up thick in the streets, the squares were weed-grown, the houses were shut up, while silence and loneliness characterized the busiest parts of the town. Yet, in the midst of the desolation, Adrian had preserved order, and each one continued to live according to law and custom, human institutions, thus surviving as it were divine ones. And while the decree of population was abrogated, property continued sacred. It was a melancholy reflection, and in spite of the diminution of evil produced, it struck on the heart as a wretched mockery. All idea of resort for pleasure, theatres and festivals had passed away. Next summer, said Adrian as we parted on our return to Windsor, will decide the fate of the human race. I shall not pause in my exertions until that time, but if plague revives with the coming year, all contest with her must cease, and her only occupation be the choice of a grave. Let us hope our only occupation is not the choice of a grave. We're in the second half, after all. At least if any historic plague is any indicator. But I digress. I shouldn't be bringing current events into this. It's bad enough I'm reading a plague story right now. I must not forget one incident that occurred during this visit to London. The visits of Merivale to Windsor, before frequent, had suddenly ceased. At this time, where but a hair's line had separated the living from the dead, I feared that our friend had become a victim to that all-embracing evil. And on this occasion I went, dreading the worst, to his dwelling to see if I could be any service to those of his family who might have survived. The house was deserted, and had been one of those assigned to the invading strangers quartered in London. I saw his astronomical instruments put to strange uses, his globes defaced, his papers covered with abstruse calculations destroyed. The neighbors could tell me little till I lighted on a poor woman who acted as nurse in these perilous times. She told me that all the family were dead except Merivale himself, who had gone mad. Mad, she called it, yet on questioning her further, it appeared that he was possessed only by the delirium of excessive grief. This old man, tottering on the edge of the grave, prolonging his prospect through millions of calculated years, this visionary who had not seen starvation in the wasted forms of his wife and children, or plague in the horrible sights and sounds that surrounded him. This astronomer, apparently dead on earth, and living only in the motion of the spheres, loved his family with unapparent but intense affection. Through long habit they had become a part of himself. His want of worldly knowledge, his absence of mind, and infant guilelessness made him utterly dependent on them. It was not till one of them died that he perceived their danger. One by one they were carried off by the pestilence, and his wife, his helpmate, his supporter, more necessary to him than his own limbs and frame, which had hardly been taught the lesson of self-preservation, the kind companion, whose voice always spoke peace to him, closed her eyes in death. The old man felt the system of universal nature, which he had so long studied and adored, slide from under him, and he stood among the dead and lifted his voice in curses. No wonder that the attendant should interpret as frenzy the harrowing malediction to the grief-struck old man. I had commenced my search late in the day, a November day that closed in early, with pattering rain and melancholy wind. As I turned from the door, I saw Merivale, or rather the shadow of Merivale, attenuated and wild, pass me and sit on the steps of his home. The breeze scattered the grey locks on his temples. The rain drenched his uncovered head. He sat, hiding his face in his withered hands. I pressed his shoulder to awaken his attention, but he did not alter his position. "Merivale," I said, "it is long since we've seen you. You must return to Windsor with me. Lady Idris desires to see you. You will not refuse her request. Come home with me." He replied in a hollow voice, Why deceive a helpless old man? Why talk hypocritically to one half crazed? Windsor is not my home. My true home I've found, the home that the Creator has prepared for me. I get to see my horrible, horrible name in action. That one was supposed to get him, and it didn't. Let's see, can we get a second one? Stop that! Are you done? Gotta leave the laundry basket alone, baby. It's got a lid on it for a reason. His accent of bitter scorn thrilled me. Do not tempt me to speak. My words would scare you. In a universe of cowards, I dare think. Among the churchyard tombs, among the victims of his merciless tyranny, I dare reproach the supreme evil. What was embarrassingly high. There we go. How can he punish me? Let him bare his arm, transfix me with lightning. This is also one of his attributes, and the old man laughed. He rose, and I followed him through the rain to a neighboring churchyard, and he threw himself on the wet earth. Here they were, beautiful creatures, breathing, speaking, loving creatures. She who by day and night cherished the aged-worn lover of her youth. They parts of my flesh. My children, here they are. Call them. Scream their names through the night. They won't answer. He clung to the little heaps that marked the graves. I ask but one thing. I do not fear his hell, for I have it here. I do not desire his heaven, Let me but die and be laid beside them. Let me but, when I lie dead, feel my flesh as it moulders, mingle with theirs. Promise!" And he raised himself painfully, seizing my arm. "Promise to bury me with them." "So God help me, and mine as I promise," I replied, "on one condition. Return with me to Windsor." "Windsor! Windsor!" he cried with a shriek. "Never! From this place I never go. My bones, my flesh, myself are already buried here. What you see of me is corrupted clay like them. I'll lie here and cling here till rain and hail and lightning and storm, ruining on me, making me one in substance with them below." In a few words I must conclude this tragedy. I was obliged to leave London, and Adrian undertook to watch over it. The task was soon fulfilled. Age, grief, inclement weather, all of them united to hush his sorrows and bring repose to his heart, whose beating was agony. He died, embracing the sod which was piled above his chest, when he was placed beside the beings whom he regretted with such wild despair. I returned to Windsor at the wish of Idris, who seemed to think that there was greater safety for her children at that spot, and because, once having taken on me the guardianship of the district, I would not desert it while an inhabitant survived. I went also to act in conformity with Adrian's plans, which was to congregate in masses what remained of the population, for he possessed the conviction that it was only through the benevolent and social virtues that any safety was to be hoped for the remnant of mankind. It was a melancholy thing to return to this spot so dear to us, the scene of a happiness rarely before enjoyed, here to mark the extinction of our species, and trace the deep, unerasable footsteps of disease over the fertile and cherished soil. The aspect of the country had so far changed that it had been impossible to enter on the task of sowing seed and other autumnal labors. That season was now gone. Winter had set in with sudden and unusual severity. Alternate frost and thaws succeeded to floods. They rendered the country impassable. Heavy falls of snow gave an arctic appearance to the scenery. The roofs of the houses peeped up from the white mass. The lowly cot and stately mansion, alike deserted, were all blocked up, their thresholds uncleared, the windows broken by the hail, while the prevalence of a northeast wind rendered outdoor exertions extremely painful. The altered state of society made these accidents of nature sources of real misery. The luxury of command and the attentions of servitude were lost. It's true that the necessaries of life were assembled in such quantities as to supply the to superfluity the wants of the diminished population, but still much labor was required to arrange these, as it were, raw materials, and depressed by sickness and fearful of the future, we had not energy to enter boldly and decidedly on any system. I can speak for myself. Want of energy was not my feeling, was not my failing. The intense life that quickened my pulses and animated my frame had the effect not of drawing me into the mazes of active life, but of exalting my lowliness, and of bestowing majestic proportions on insignificant objects. I could have lived the life of a peasant in the same way. My trifling occupations were swelled into important pursuits. My affections were impetuous and engrossing passions, and nature, with all her changes, was invested in divine attributes. The very spirit of the Greek mythology inhabited my heart. I defied the upland glades and streams. I had sight of Proteus coming from the sea, and heard old Triton blow his wreathed horn. Strange, that while the earth preserved her monotonous course, I dwelt with ever-renewing wonder on her antique laws, and now, with eccentric wheels, she rushed into an untried path, I should feel this spirit fade. I struggled with despondency and weariness, but like a fog they choked me. Perhaps, after the labors and stupendous excitement of the past summer, the calm of winter and the almost menial toils it brought with it were, by natural reaction, doubly irksome. It was not the grasping passion of the preceding year which gave life and individuality to each moment. It was not the aching pangs induced by the distresses of the times. The utter inutility that attended all my exertions took from them their usual effects of exhilaration, and despair rendered abortive the balm of self-applause. I longed to return to my old occupations, but what use were they? Hit that one left-handed. Maybe I should try throwing left-handed. I can't improve my aim. I can't make my aim any worse. Anyway, what use were they? To read were futile, to write vanity indeed. The earth, late wide circus for the display of dignified exploits, vast theatre for a magnificent drama, now presented a vacant space, an empty stage, for actor or spectator there was no longer aught to say or hear. Our little town of Windsor, in which the survivors from the neighbouring counties were chiefly assembled, wore a melancholy aspect. Its streets were blocked up with snow. The few passengers seemed palsied and frozen by the ungenial visitation of winter. To escape these evils was the aim and scope of all our exertions. Families late devoted to exalting and refined pursuits, rich, blooming, young, with diminished numbers and care-fraught hearts, instead huddled over a fire, grown selfish, groveling through suffering. Without the aid of servants, it was necessary to discharge all household duties. Hands unused to such labor must knead the bread, or in the absence of flour, the statesman or perfumed courtier must now undertake the butcher's office. Poor and rich were now equalled, or rather the poor were the superior, since they entered on such tasks with alacrity and experience, while ignorance, ineptitude, and habits of repose rendered them fatiguing to the luxurious. Galling to the proud, disgustful to all whose minds, bent on intellectual improvement, held it their dearest privilege to be exempt from attending to mere animal wants. If only I were exempt from attending to mere animal wants, I'd get a lot more done. But in every change, goodness and affection can find field for exertion and display. Among some of these changes, produced the devotion and sacrifice of self, at once graceful and heroic. It was a sight for the lovers of the human race to enjoy, to behold, as in ancient times, the patriarchal modes in which the variety of kindred and friendship fulfilled their duteous and kindly offices. Youths, nobles of the land, performed, for the sake of mother or sister, the services of menials, with amiable cheerfulness. They went to the river to break the ice, draw water. They assembled on foraging expeditions, or axe in hand felled their trees for fuel. The females received them on their return with a simple and affectionate welcome known before only to the lowly cottage. A clean hearth, a bright fire, the supper cooked, ready by beloved hands. Gratitude for the provision to tomorrow's meal, strange enjoyments for these high-born English, that they were now their sole hard-earned and dearly prized luxuries. None was more conspicuous for this graceful submission to circumstances, noble humility, and ingenious fancy to adorn such acts with romantic coloring than our own Clara. Clara? I've been saying it Clara. She saw my despondency and the aching cares of Idris. Her perpetual study was to relieve us from labor and to spread ease and even elegance over our altered mode of life. We still had some attendants, spared by disease and warmly attached to us, but Clara was jealous of their services. She would be sole handmaid of Idris, sole minister to the wants of her little cousins. Nothing gave her so much pleasure as our employing her in this way. She went beyond our desires, earnest, diligent, and unwearied. Abra was ready, ere we called her name, and though we called another, Abra came. It was my task each day to visit the various families assembled in our town, and when the weather permitted, I was glad to prolong my ride, and to muse in solitude over every changeful appearance of our destiny, endeavoring to gather lessons for the future from the experience of the past. The impatience with which, while in society, the ills that afflicted my species inspired me, were softened by loneliness, when individual suffering was merged in the general calamity, strange to say, less afflicting to contemplate. Thus often, pushing my way with difficulty through the narrow snow-blocked town, I crossed the bridge and passed through Eton. No youthful congregation of gallant-hearted boys thronged the portal of the college. Sad silence pervaded the busy schoolroom and noisy playground. I extended my ride towards Salt Hill, on every side impeded by the snow. Were those the fertile fields I loved? Was that the interchange of gentle upland and cultivated dale, once covered with waving corn, diversified by stately trees, watered by the meandering Thames? One sheet of white covered it, while bitter recollection told me that cold as the winter-clothed earth were the hearts of the inhabitants. I met troops of horses, herds of cattle, flocks of sheep wandering at will. Here throwing down a hayrick and nestling from cold in its heart, which afforded them shelter and food, there having taken possession of a vacant cottage. Once on a frosty day, pushed on by restless, unsatisfying reflections, I sought a favorite haunt, a little wood not distant from Salt Hill. A bubbling spring prattles over stones on one side, and a plantation of a few elms and beeches hardly deserve and yet continue the name of wood. This spot had, for me, peculiar charms. It had been a favorite resort of Adrian. It was secluded, and he often said that in boyhood his happiest hours were spent here. Having escaped the stately bondage of his mother, he sat on rough-hewn steps that led to the spring, now reading a favorite book, now musing with speculation beyond his years on the still unraveled scheme of morals or metaphysics. A melancholy foreboding assured me that I should never see this place more, and so with careful thought I noted each tree, each winding of the streamlet, and irregularity of the soil, that I might better call up its idea in absence. A robin redbreast dropped from the frosty branches of the trees upon the congealed rivulet. Its panting breast and half-closed eyes showed that it was dying. A hawk appeared in the air. Sudden fear seized the little creature. It exerted its last strength, throwing itself upon its back, and raised its talons in impotent defense against its powerful enemy. I took it up and placed it in my breast. I fed it with a few crumbs from a biscuit, and by degrees it revived. Its warm, fluttering heart beat against me. I cannot tell why I detail this trifling incident, but the scene is still before me. The snow-clad fields seen through the silvered trunks of the beeches, the brook in days of happiness alive with sparkling waters now choked by ice, the leafless trees, fantastically dressed in hoarfrost, that's H-O-A-R for context, the shapes of summer leaves imaged by winter's frozen hand on the hard ground, the dusky sky, drear cold and unbroken silence, while close in my bosom the feathered nursling lay warm, safe, speaking its content with a little chirp. Painful reflections thronged, stirring my brain with wild commotion. Cold and death-like as the snowy fields was all earth. Misery-stricken, the life-tide of the inhabitants, why should I oppose the cataract of destruction that swept us away? Why string my nerves and renew my wearied efforts? Why? But that my firm courage and cheerful exertions might shelter the dear mate, whom I chose in my spring of life, though the throbbings of my heart be replete with pain, though my hopes for the future are chill, still while your dear head, my gentlest love, can repose in peace on that heart, and while you derive from its fostering care comfort and hope, my struggles shall not cease. I will not call myself altogether vanquished. One fine February day, when the sun had resumed some of its genial power, I walked in the forest with my family. It was one of those lovely winter days which assert the capacity of nature to bestow beauty on barrenness. The leafless trees spread their fibrous branches against the pure sky. Their intricate and pervious tracery resembled delicate seaweed. The deer were turning up the snow in search of the hidden grass. The white was made intensely dazzling by the sun, and the trunks of the trees, rendered more conspicuous by the loss of preponderating foliage, gathered around like labyrinthine columns of a vast temple. It was impossible not to receive pleasure from the sight of these things. Our children, freed from the bondage of winter, bounded before us, pursuing the deer or rousing the pheasants and partridges from their coverts. Idris leant on my arm. Her sadness yielded to the present sense of pleasure. We met other families on the long walk, enjoying like ourselves the return of the genial season. At once I seemed to awake. I cast off the clinging sloth of the past months. Earth assumed a new appearance, and my view of the future was suddenly made clear. "I've found out the secret!" I exclaimed. "What secret?" In answer to this question, I described our gloomy winter life, our sordid cares, our menial labors. This northern country is no place for our diminished race. When mankind were few, it was not here that they battled with powerful agents of nature, and were enabled to cover the globe with offspring. We must seek some natural paradise, some garden of the earth, where our simple wants may be easily supplied, and the enjoyment of its delicious climate compensate for the social pleasures we've lost. If we survive this coming summer, I will not spend the ensuing winter in England, neither I nor any of us. I spoke without much heed, and the very conclusion of what I said brought with it other thoughts. Should we, any of us, survive the coming summer? I saw the brow of Idris clouded. I again felt that we were enchained to the car of fate, over whose coursers we had no control. We could no longer say, "This will do, and this we will leave undone." A mightier power than the human was at hand to destroy our plans or achieve the work we avoided. What we avoided. It were madness to calculate upon another winter. This was our last. The coming summer was the extreme end of our vista, and when we arrived there, instead of a continuation of the long road, a gulf yawned into which we must of force be precipitated rather. The last blessing of humanity was wrested from us. We might no longer hope. Can the madman, as he clanks his chains, hope? Can the wretch led to the scaffold, when he lays his head on the block, marks the double shadow of himself and the executioner, whose uplifted arm bears the axe, hope? Can the shipwrecked mariner, who, spent with swimming, hears close behind the splashing waters, divided by a shark which pursues him through the Atlantic, hope? Such hope as theirs we may also entertain. An old fable tells us that this gentle spirit sprung from the box of Pandora, else crammed with evils, but these were unseen, null, while all admired the inspiriting loveliness of young Hope. Each man's heart became her home. She was enthroned sovereign of our lives here and hereafter. She was deified, worshipped, declared incorruptible and everlasting. But like all other gifts of the Creator to man, she's mortal. Her life has attained its last hour. We have watched over her, nursed her flickering existence. Now she's fallen at once from youth to decrepitude, from health to immedicinable disease. Even as we send ourselves in struggles for her recovery, she dies. To all nations the voice goes forth, Hope is dead. We are but mourners in the funeral train, and what immortal essence or perishable creation will refuse to make one in the sad procession that attends to its grave, the dead comforter of humanity? Does the sun not call his light, and day like a thin exhalation melt away, both wrapping up their beams in clouds, to be themselves close mourners of this obsequium? There's a couple of footnotes there for the little snippets. I tried to make those clear, just by the way I was saying it, but you may want to have the text open on that one if you want to know where those little snippets that were kind of extending the concept of this book's setting, and that it's all coming from the Syllabid books and just these little snippets from said Syllabid books. So, do keep in mind that I do link in the show notes where the book is. Okay. Oh, Volume 3. Okay, we're coming into the last third of the book. Before we dive into Volume 3, I'm going to get some water real quick. It's not a proper break. We've still got some time before that. But maybe have some water yourself. It's a good time. Okay. Give me just one moment. I want to check something really quick. I have here somewhere a copy of the book on my cellular device, which, if you grab it from Gutenberg or Google Books, actually, surprisingly. Oh, oh, this is a different version. Uh, this one actually, the Google Books version, I mean, it specifically calls out Mary Shelley as the author of Frankenstein. Like the title page says, "The Last Man by the author of Frankenstein" in 3 volumes. Okay, there's about 371 pages, and we are at the start of volume 3, which should be pretty obvious. Introduced to our happy circle. Chapters. Sorry, I'm just checking how much of the book is left, because I am entirely willing to push for the last, have the last volume here be all at once. Chapter 9. Is that where we were? Ah, Infidelity of Raymond. I believe we had already read that a while back. Quite the startling revelation, that one. Oh, I must have missed where we started in on volume 3 here. Oh, well, maybe I don't get to find out how much, find out how much of this book is left. Perhaps. I do wish it would tell me. That's thoroughly inconvenient, actually. Give me just one moment. I think I can pull the book up. Yeah, I guess for context, maybe the version from Google Books is different. Get the one from Gutenberg if you want to be following along exactly with what I'm reading. Bird.org. There we go. Come on, you can do it. You can load this text. This page shouldn't take long. Let me open this online. Okay, volume 3 has 10 chapters. Yeah, I think we can do it. Well, that's kind of neat. On the Gutenberg version, if you open it as a web page, the footnotes actually the footnotes actually link down to where the footnotes actually are, so you can tell where the little excerpts are from. I think we can definitely make an attempt to push here. It might make for a little bit longer of an episode, but this is a good month for a long episode. Let's dive into chapter 1 of volume 3 then. Hear you not the rushing sound of the coming tempest? You not behold the clouds open, and destruction lurid and dire pour down on the blasted earth? Excuse me. Sorry about that. Should have done that while we were still on break. See you not the thunderbolt fall, and are deafened by the shout of heaven that follows its descent? Feel you not the earthquake and open with agonizing groans, while the air is pregnant with shrieks and wailings, all announcing the last days of man? No! None of these things accompanied our fall. The balmy air of spring breathed from nature's ambrosial home, invested the lovely earth, which wakened as a young mother about to lead forth in pride her beauteous offspring to meet their sire who has been long absent. The buds decked the trees, the flowers adorned the land, the dark branches, swollen with seasonable juices, expanded into leaves, and the variegated foliage of spring, bending and singing in the breeze, rejoiced in the genial warmth of the unclouded empyrean. The brooks flowed, murmuring, the sea was waveless, and the promontories that overhung it were reflected in the placid waters. Birds awoke in the woods, while abundant food for man and beast sprung up from the dark ground. Where was pain and evil? Not in the calm air or the weltering ocean, not in the woods or the fertile fields, nor among the birds that made the woods resonant with song, nor the animals that in the midst of plenty basked in the sunshine. Our enemy, like the calamity of Homer, trod our hearts, and no sound was echoed from our steps. With ills the land is rife, with ills the sea, diseases haunt our frail humanity. Through noon, through night, on casual wing, they glide silent, a voice the power all-wise denied. Once man was a favorite of the Creator, as the royal psalmist sang. God had made him a little lower than the angels, and crowned him with glory and honor. God made him to have dominion over the works of his hands, and put all things under his feet. Once it was so, now is man lord of creation. Look at him. I see plague. She's invested his form, is incarnate in his flesh, has entwined herself with his being, and binds his heaven-seeking eyes. Lie down, O man, on the flower-strewn earth. Give up all claim to your inheritance. All you can ever possess of it is the small cell with which the dead require. Plague is the companion of spring, of sunshine and plenty. We no longer struggle with her. We've forgotten what she did when she was not. Of old navies used to stem the giant ocean waves betwixt Indus and the Pole for slight articles of luxury. Many made perilous journeys to possess themselves of earth's splendid trifles, and gold, gems, even. Human labor was wasted, human life set at naught. Now life is all that we covet. This automaton of flesh should, with joints and springs in order, perform its functions, that this dwelling of the soul should be capable of containing its dweller. Our minds, late spread abroad through countless spheres and endless combinations of thought, now retrench themselves behind this wall of flesh, eager to preserve its well-being only. We were surely sufficiently degraded. At first, the increase of sickness in spring. At first, the increase of sickness in spring brought the increase of toil to such of us who... sorry, I have the hiccups now. How was I? Who, as yet spared to life, bestowed our time and thoughts on our fellow creatures. We nerved ourselves to the task. In the midst of despair, we performed the tasks of hope. We went out with the resolution of disputing with our foe. We aided the sick and comforted the sorrowing, turning from the multitudinous dead to the rare survivors, with an energy of desire that bore the resemblance of power. We bade them live. Plague sat paramount the while and laughed us to scorn. Have any of you, my readers, observed the ruins of an anthill immediately after its destruction? At first it appears entirely deserted of its former inhabitants. In a little time you should see an ant struggling through the upturned mold. They reappear by twos and threes, running hither and thither in search of their lost companions. Such were we upon earth, wondering aghast at the effects of pestilence. Our empty habitations remained, but the dwellers were gathered to the shades of the tomb. As the rules of order and pressure of laws were lost, some began with hesitation and wonder to transgress the accustomed uses of society. Palaces were deserted, and the poor man dared at length, unreproved, intrude into the splendid apartments, whose very furniture and decorations were an unknown world to him. It was found that, though at first the stop put to all circulation of property had reduced those before supported by the facetious wants of society to sudden and hideous poverty, yet when the boundaries of private possession were thrown down, the products of human labor at present existing were more, far more, than the thin generation could possibly consume. To some among the poor, this was matter of exultation. We were all equal now. Magnificent dwellings, luxurious carpets, beds of down were afforded to all. Carriages, horses, gardens, pictures, statues, princely libraries, there were enough of these even to superfluity, and there was nothing to prevent each from assuming possession of his share. We were all equal now, but near at hand was an equality still more levelling, a state where beauty, strength, and wisdom would be as vain as riches and birth. The grave yawned beneath us all, and its prospect prevented any of us from enjoying the ease and plenty in which so awful a manner was presented to us. Still the bloom did not fade on the cheeks of my babes, rather, and Clara sprung up in years and growth, unsullied by disease. We had no reason to think the site of Windsor Castle peculiarly healthy, for many other families had expired beneath its roof. We lived therefore without any particular precaution, but we lived, it seemed, in safety. If Idris became thin and pale, it was anxiety that occasioned the change, an anxiety that I could in no way alleviate. She never complained, but sleep and appetite fled from her. A slow fever preyed on her veins, her color was hectic, and she often wept in secret. Gloomy prognostications, care, and agonizing dread ate up the principle of life within her. I could not fail to perceive this change. I often wished that I had permitted her to take her own course, and engaged herself in such labors for the welfare of others as might have distracted her thoughts. But it was too late now. Besides that, with the nearly extinct race of man, all our toils grew near a conclusion. She was too weak. Consumption, if so it might be called, or rather the overactive life within her, which, as with Adrian, spent the vital oil in the early morning hours, deprived her limbs of strength. At night, when she could leave me unperceived, she wandered through the house, or hung over the couches of her children, and in the daytime would sink into a perturbed sleep, while her murmurs and starts betrayed the unquiet dreams that vexed her. As this state of wretchedness became more confirmed, and in spite of her endeavors at concealment more apparent, I strove, though vainly, to awaken her courage and hope. I could not wonder at the vehemence of her care. Her very soul was tenderness. She trusted, indeed, that she should not outlive me if I became the prey of the vast calamity, and this thought sometimes relieved her. We had for many years trod the highway of life, hand in hand, and thus still linked. We might step within the shades of death, but her children, her lovely, playful, animated children, being sprung from her own dear side, portions of her own being, depositories of our love, even if we died, it would be comfort to know that they ran man's accustomed course. But it would not be so. Young and blooming as they were, they would die, and from the hopes of maturity, from the proud name of attained manhood, they were cut off forever. Often with a maternal affection, she had figured their merits and talents exerted on life's wide stage. Alas for these latter days! The world had grown old, and all its inmates partook of the decrepitude. Why talk of infancy, manhood, old age? We all stood equal sharers of the last throes of time-worn nature. Arrived at the same point of the world's age, there was no difference in us. The name of parent and child had lost their meaning. Young boys and girls were now level with men. This was all true, but it was not less agonizing to take the admonition home. Where could we turn and not find a desolation pregnant with the dire lesson of example? The fields had been left uncultivated, weeds and gaudy flowers sprung up, or where a few wheat fields showed signs of the living hopes of the husbandman, the work had been left halfway. The plowman had died beside his plow. The horses had deserted the furrow, and no seedsman had approached the dead. The cattle, unattended, wandered over fields and through lanes. The tame inhabitants of the poultry yard, balked of their daily food, had become wild. Sorry, where was it? I lost my place. The inhabitants of the poultry yard, balked of their daily food, had become wild. Young lambs were dropped in flower gardens, and the cows stalled in the hall of pleasure. Sickly and few, the country people neither went out to sow nor reap, but sauntered about the meadows, or lay under the hedges when the inclement sky did drive them to take shelter under the nearest roof. Many of those who remained secluded themselves. Some had laid up stores which should prevent the necessity of leaving their homes, and others deserted their wife and child and imagined they secured their safety in their utter solitude. Such had been Ryland's plan, and he was discovered dead, half devoured by insects in a house many miles from any other, with piles of food laid up in useless superfluity. Others made long journeys to unite themselves to those they love, and arrived to find them dead. London didn't contain above 1,000 inhabitants, and this number was continually diminishing. Most of them were country people, come up for the sake of change. The Londoners sought the country. The busy eastern part of the town was silent, or at most you saw where, half from cupidity, half from curiosity, the warehouses had been more ransacked than pillaged. Bales of rich India goods, shawls of price, jewels, and spices, unpacked, they strewn all over the floor. In some places the possessor had to the last kept watch on his store, and died before the barred gates. The massy portals of the churches swung creaking on their hinges, and some few lay dead on the pavement. The wretched female, loveless victim of vulgar brutality, had wandered at the toilet of high-born beauty, and arraying herself in the garb of splendor, had died before the mirror, which reflected to herself alone her altered appearance. Women whose delicate feet had seldom touched the earth in their luxury, had fled in fright and horror from their homes, till, losing themselves in the squalid streets of the metropolis, they died on the threshold of poverty. The heart sickened at the variety of misery presented, and when I saw a specimen of this gloomy change, my soul ached with the fear of what might befall my beloved Idris and my babes. Were they, surviving Adrian and myself, to find themselves protectorless in the world? As yet the mind alone had suffered, for I could forever put off the time when the delicate frame and shrinking nerves of my child of prosperity, the nursling of rank and wealth who was my companion, should be invaded by famine, hardship, and disease. Better die at once, better plunge a poniard in her bosom, still untouched by drear adversity, and then again sheathe it in my own. But no. In times of misery we must fight against our desires. Rather, in times of misery we must fight against our destinies, and strive not to be overcome by them. I would not yield, but to the last gasp resolutely defend my dear ones against sorrow and pain, and if I were vanquished at last, well, it should not be ingloriously. I stood in the gap, resisting the enemy, the impalpable, invisible foe who had so long besieged us. As yet he had made no breach. It must be my care that he should not, secretly undermining, burst up within the very threshold of the temple of love, at whose altar I daily sacrificed. The hunger of death was now stung more sharply by the diminution. Yeah. Be a little more confident when you're saying it correctly, sir. The hunger of death was now stung more sharply by the diminution of his food, or was it that before, the survivors being many, the deaths were less eagerly counted? Now each life was a gem, each human breathing form of far more worth than the subtlest imagery of sculptured stone, and the daily, nay, hourly decrease visible in our numbers visited the heart with sickening misery. This summer extinguished our hopes. The vessel of society was wrecked. The shattered raft which carried the few survivors over the sea of misery was riven, and tempest lost. Man existed by twos, threes. Man, the individual who might sleep and wake and perform the animal functions, but man in himself weak. Yet more powerful in congregated numbers than wind or ocean. Man, the queller of the elements, the lord of created nature, the peer of demigods, existed no longer. Farewell to the patriotic scene, to the love of liberty and the well-earned meed of virtuous aspiration. Farewell to the crowded senate, vocal with the counsels of the wise, whose laws were keener than the sword blade tempered at Damascus. Farewell to the kingly pomp and warlike pageantry. The crowns are in the dust, and the wearers are in their graves. Farewell to the desire of rule, the hope of victory, to high vaulting ambition, the appetite for praise, the craving for the suffrage of their fellows, the nations. They are no longer. No senate sits in council for the dead. No scion of a time-honored dynasty pants to rule over the inhabitants of a charnel house. The general's hand is cold, and the soldier has his untimely grave dug in his native fields unhonored, though in youth. The marketplace is empty. The candidate for popular favor finds none whom he can represent. To chambers of painted state, farewell. To midnight revelry and the panting emulation of beauty. To costly dress and the birthday show. To title and the gilded coronet, farewell. Farewell to the giant powers of man, to knowledge that could pilot the deep-drawing bark through the opposing waters of shoreless ocean, to science that directed the silken balloon through the pathless air, to the power that could put a barrier to mighty waters and set in motion wheels and beams and vast machinery that could divide the rocks of granite or marble and make the mountains plain. Farewell to the arts, to eloquence, to which is the human mind, as the winds to the sea, stirring and then allaying it. Farewell to poetry and deep philosophy, for man's imagination is cold, and his inquiring mind can no longer expatiate on the wonders of life, for there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave whither thou goest. The graceful building, which in its perfect proportion transcended the rude forms of nature, the fretted Gothic and massy Saracenic pile, to the stupendous arch and glorious dome, the fluted column with its capital, Corinthian, Ionic, or Doric, the peristyle and fair entablature, whose harmony of form is to the eye, as musical concord to the ear. Farewell to sculpture, where the pure marble mocks human flesh, and in the plastic expression of called excellencies of the human shape shines forth the god. Farewell to painting, the high-wrought sentiment and deep knowledge of the artist's mind in pictured canvas, to paradisiacal scenes, where trees are ever vernal, and the ambrosial air rests in perpetual glow, to the stamped form of tempest and wildest uproar of universal nature encaged in the narrow frame. Oh, farewell! Farewell to music, the sound of song, the marriage of instruments, where the concord of soft and harsh unites in sweet harmony, and gives wings to the panting listeners, whereby to climb heaven and learn the hidden pleasures of the eternal. Farewell to the well-trod stage. A truer tragedy is enacted on the world's ample scene, that puts to shame mimic grief. To high-bred comedy and the low buffoon, farewell. Man may laugh no more. Alas, to enumerate the adornments of humanity's shows by what we have lost, how supremely great man was. It's all over now. He is solitary. Like our first parents expelled from paradise, he looks back toward the scene he's quitted. The high walls of the tomb and the flaming sword of plague lie between it and him. Like to our first parents, the whole earth is before him, a wide desert. Unsupported and weak, let him wander through fields where the unreaped corn stands in barren plenty, though through copses planted by his fathers, through towns built for his use, posterity is no more. Fame, ambition, and love are words void of meaning. Even as the cattle that grazes in the field do thou, O deserted one, lie down at evening tide, unknowing of the past, careless of the future, for from such bond ignorance alone canst thou hope for ease. Joy paints with its own colors every act and thought. The happy do not feel poverty, for delight is a gold-tissued robe, and crowns them with priceless gems. Enjoyment plays the cook to their homely fare, and mingles intoxication with their simple drink. Joy strews the hard couch with roses, and makes labor ease. Sorrow doubles the burden to the bent down back, plants thorns in the unyielding pillow, mingles gall with water, adds saltiness to their bitter bread, clothing them in rags and strewing ashes on their bare heads. To our irredeemable distress, every small and pelting inconvenience came with added force. We had strung our frames to endure the Atlian weight thrown on us. We sank beneath the added feather chance threw on us. The grasshopper was a burden. Many of the survivors had been bred in luxury. Their servants were gone. Their powers of command vanished like unreal shadows. The poor even suffered various privations, and the idea of another winter like the last brought affright to our minds. Was it not enough that we must die, but toil must be added? Must we prepare our funeral repast with labor, and with unseemly drudgery heap fuel on our deserted hearths? Must we, with servile hands, fabricate the garments soon to be our shroud? Not so. We are presently to die, then let us enjoy to the full relish the remnant of our lives. Sordid care avaunt, menial labours and pains, slight in themselves, but too gigantic for our exhausted strength, shall make no part of our ephemeral existences. In the beginning of time, when as now man lived by families and not tribes or nations, they were placed in a genial clime, where earth fed them untilled, and the balmy air enwrapped their reposing limbs with warmth more pleasant than beds of down. The South is the native place of the human race, the land of fruits, more grateful to man than the harder and Ceres of the North, of trees whose boughs are as hard as a pallet's roof, of couches of roses, and of the thirst-appeasing grape. We need not fear there cold and hunger. Look at England. The grass shoots up high in the meadows, but they're dank and cold, unfit bed for us. Corn we have none, and the crude fruits cannot support us. We must seek firing in the bowels of the earth, or the unkind atmosphere will fill us with rheums and aches. The labor of hundreds of thousands alone could make this inclement nook fit habitation for one man. And to the south, then, to the sun, where nature is kind, where Jove has showered forth the contents of Amalthea's horn, and earth is a garden. England, late birthplace of excellence and school of the wise, thy children are gone, thy glory faded. Thou, England, wert the triumph of man. Small favour was shown thee by the Creator. Thou, the Isle of the North, a ragged canvas, naturally, painted by man with alien colours, but the hues he gave are faded, never more to be renewed. So we must leave thee, thou marvel of the world. We must bid farewell to thy clouds, and cold and scarcity forever. Thy manly hearts are still, thy tale of power and liberty in its close. Bereft of man, O little isle, the ocean waves will buffet thee, and the raven flap his wings over thee. Thy soil will be the birthplace of weeds, thy sky will canopy barrenness. It was not for the rose of Persia thou wert famous, nor the banana of the East, nor the spicy gales of India, nor the sugar groves of America. Not for thy vines, nor thy double harvest, nor thy vernal airs, nor solstitial sun, but for thy children, their unwearied industry and lofty aspiration. They are gone, and thou goest with them, the oft-trodden path that leads to oblivion. Farewell, sad isle. Farewell, thy fatal glory is sung, cast up, and cancelled in this story. There's a few of those footnotes, if you're following along at home. They tell you where those little snippets came from. They're probably worth looking at. Let me do something real quick before I forget about it. Library, no. Don't eat the Velcro. Okay, sorry about that. I wanted to, encase the way that I'm trying to filter out uh, the various noise of the heater is not working correctly. I wanted to have a little backup sound there. Alright, let's dive into Chapter 2. In the autumn of this year, 2096, the spirit of emigration crept in among the few survivors who, congregating from various parts of England, met in London. This spirit existed as a breath, a wish, a far-off thought, until communicated to Adrian, who imbibed it with ardor and instantly engaged himself in plans for its execution. The fear of immediate death vanished with the heats of September. Another winter was before us, and we might elect our mode of passing it to the best advantage. Perhaps in rational philosophy none could be better chosen than this scheme of migration, which would draw us from the immediate scene of our woe, and leading us through pleasant and picturesque countries, amuse for a time our despair. The idea once broached, all were impatient to put it in execution. We were still at Windsor. Our renewed hopes medicined the anguish we had suffered from the late tragedies. The death of many of our inmates had weaned us from the fond idea that Windsor Castle was a spot sacred from the plague, but our lease of life was renewed for some months, and as even Idris lifted her head as a lily after a storm, when the last sunbeam tinges its silver cup. Just at this time Adrian came down to us. His eager looks showed us that he was full of some scheme. He hastened to take me aside, and disclosed to me with rapidity his plan of emigration from England. To leave England forever, to turn from its polluted fields and groves, and placing the sea between us to quit it, as a sailor quits the rock on which he's been wrecked, when the saving ship rides by. Such was his plan. To leave the country of our fathers, made holy by their graves, we could not feel even as a voluntary exile of old, who might for pleasure or convenience forsake his native soil. Though thousands of miles might divide him, England was still a part of him, as he of her. He heard of the passing events of the day. He knew that if he returned and resumed his place in society, the entrance was still open, and it required but the will to surround himself at once with the associations and habits of boyhood. Not so with us, the remnant. We left none to represent us, none to repeople a deserted land, and the name of England died when we left her. In vagabond pursuit of dreadful safety, yet let us go, England in her shroud. We may not enchain ourselves to a corpse. Let us go. The world is our country now. We will choose for our residence its most fertile spot. Shall we in these desert halls under a wintry sky sit with closed eyes and folded hands, expecting our death? Let us rather go out to meet it gallantly, or perhaps for all this pendulous orb, this fair gem in the sky's diadem, is not surely plague-stricken. Perhaps in some secluded nook amidst eternal spring and waving trees and purling streams, we may find life. The world is vast, and England, though her many fields and widespread woods seem interminable, is but a small part of her. At the close of a day's march over high mountains and through snowy valleys, we may come upon health, and committing our loved ones to its charge, replant the uprooted tree of humanity, and to send the late posterity the tale of our antepestial race, the heroes and sages of the lost state of things. Hope beckons and sorrow urges us. The heart beats high with expectation. This eager desire of change must be an omen of success. Oh, come, farewell to the dead, farewell to the tombs of those we loved, farewell to giant London and placid Thames, to river and mountain or fair district, birthplace of the wise and good, to Windsor Forest and its antique castle, farewell. Themes for story alone are they. We must live elsewhere. Such were in part the arguments of Adrian, uttered with enthusiasm and an unanswerable rapidity. Something more was in his heart, to which he dared not give words. He felt that the end of time was come. He knew that one by one we should dwindle into nothingness. It was not advisable to wait this sad consummation out out in our native country, but traveling would give us object for each day that would distract our thoughts from the swift approaching end of things. If we went to Italy, to sacred and eternal Rome, we might with greater patience submit to the decree which had laid her mighty towers low. We might lose our selfish grief in the sublime aspect of its desolation. All this was in the mind of Adrian, but he thought of my children, and instead of communicating to me these resources of despair, he called up the image of life and health to be found where we knew not, when we knew not, but if never to be found, forever and forever to be sought. He won me over to his party, heart and soul. It devolved on me to disclose our plan to Idris. The images of health and hope which I presented to her made her, with a smile, consent. With a smile she agreed to leave her country, from which she had never before been absent, and the spot which she had inhabited from infancy, the forest and its mighty trees, the woodland paths and green recesses where she had played in childhood, and had lived so happily through youth. She would leave them without regret, for she hoped to purchase thus the lives of her children. They were her life, dearer than a spot consecrated to love, dearer than all else the earth contained. The boys heard with childish glee of our removal. Clara asked if we were to go to Athens. "It's possible," I replied, and her countenance became radiant with pleasure. There she would behold the tomb of her parents, and a territory filled with recollections of her father's glory. In silence, but without respite, she had brooded over these scenes. It was the recollection of them that had turned her infant gaiety to seriousness, and impressed with her high and restless thoughts. There were many dear friends whom we must not leave behind, humble though they were. There was the spirited and obedient steed, which Lord Raymond had given his daughter. There was Alfred's dog, and a pet eagle, whose sight was dimmed through age. But this catalogue of favourites to be taken with us could not be made without grief to think of our heavy losses, and a deep sigh for the many things we must leave behind. The tears rushed in the eyes of Idris, while Alfred and Evelyn brought now a favourite rose tree, now a marble vase was beautifully carved, insisting that these must go, and exclaiming on the pity that we could not take the castle, the forest, the deer, and the birds, all accustomed and cherished objects along with us. "Fond and foolish ones," I said, "we've lost forever treasures far more precious than these, and we desert them to preserve treasures in which comparison they are nothing. Let us not for a moment forget our object and our hope, and they will form a resistless mound to stop the overflowing of our regret for trifles." The children were easily distracted, and again returned to the prospect of future amusement. Idris had disappeared. She had gone to hide her weakness. Escaping from the castle, she had descended to the little park and sought solitude, that she might there indulge her tears. I found her clinging round an old oak, pressing its rough trunk with her roseate lips, as her tears fell plenteously, and her sobs and broken exclamations could not be suppressed. With surpassing grief I beheld this loved one of my heart, thus lost in sorrow. I drew her toward me, and as she felt my kisses on her eyelids, as she felt my arms press her, she revived to the knowledge of what remained to her. "You are very kind not to reproach me. I weep, and a bitter pang of intolerable sorrow tears my heart, and yet I am happy. Mothers lament their children. Wives lose their husbands, while you and my children are left to me. Yes, I'm happy, most happy that I can weep thus for imaginary sorrows, and that the slight loss of my adored country is not dwindled and annihilated in mightier misery. Take me where you will. Where you and my children are, there shall be Windsor, and every country will be England to me. Let these tears flow not for myself, happy and ungrateful as I am, but for the dead world, for our lost country, for all of love and life and joy now choked in the dusky chambers of death. She spoke quickly, as if to convince herself. She turned her eyes from the trees and forest paths she loved. She hid her face in my bosom, and yes, my masculine firmness dissolved, we wept together consolatory tears, and then calm, nay, almost cheerful, we returned to the castle. The first cold weather of an English October made us hasten our preparations. I persuaded Idris to go up to London, where she might better attend to necessary arrangements. I did not tell her that to spare her the pang of parting from inanimate objects, now the only things left, I had resolved that we should none of us return to Windsor. For the last time we looked on the wide extent of the country visible from the terrace, and saw the last rays of the sun tinge the dark masses of wood variegated by autumnal tints. The uncultivated fields and smokeless cottages lay in shadow below. The Thames wound through the wide plain, and the venerable pile of an Eton cottage stood in dark relief, a prominent object. The cawing of the myriad rooks which inhabited the trees of the little park, as in column or thick wedge they speeded to their nests, disturbed the silence of evening. Nature was the same as when she was the kind mother of the human race, but now childless and forlorn, her fertility was a mockery, her loveliness a mask for deformity. Why should the breeze gently stir the trees? Man felt not its refreshment. Why did dark night adorn herself with stars? Man saw them not. Why are there fruits, or flowers, or streams, if man is not here to enjoy them? Idris stood beside me, her dear hand locked in mine. Her face was radiant with a smile. "The sun is alone," she said, "but we are not. A strange star, my lad, will root our birth. Sadly and with dismay we may look upon the annihilation of man, but we remain for each other. Did I ever in the wide world seek other than thee? And since in the wide world thou remainest, why should I complain? Thou and nature are still true to me. Beneath the shades of night and through the day, whose garish light displays our solitude, thou wilt still be at my side, and even Windsor will not be regretted." I had chosen night time for our journey to London, that the change and desolation of the country might be less observable. Our only surviving servant drove us. We passed down the steep hill, and entered the dusky avenue of the Long Walk. At times like these, minute circumstances assumed giant and majestic proportions. The very swinging open of the white gate that admitted us into the forest arrested my thoughts as a matter of interest. It was an everyday act, never to occur again. The setting crescent of the moon glittered through the messy trees to our right, and when we entered the park, we scared a troop of deer that fled, bounding away in the forest shades. Our two boys quietly slept. Once, before our road turned from the view, I looked back on the castle. Its windows glistened in the moonshine, and its heavy outline lay a dark mass against the sky. The trees near us waved a solemn dirge to the midnight breeze. Idris leaned back in the carriage. Her two hands pressed mine. Her countenance was placid. She seemed to lose the sense of what she now left, and the memory of what she still possessed. My thoughts were sad and solemn, and yet not of unmingled pain. The very excess of our misery carried a relief with it, giving sublimity and elevation to sorrow. I felt that I carried with me those I best loved. I was pleased after a long separation to rejoin Adrian, and never again to part. I felt that I quitted what I loved. Sorry, easily distracted tonight. Quitted what I loved, not what loved me. The castle walls and long familiar trees did not hear the parting sound of our carriage wheels with a regret. And while I felt Idris to be near and heard the regular breathing of my children, I could not be unhappy. Clara was greatly moved, with streaming eyes, suppressing her sobs, She leaned from the window, catching the last glimpse of her native Windsor. Adrian welcomed us on our arrival. He was all animation. You could no longer trace in his look of health the suffering valetudinarian. From his smile and sprightly tones, you couldn't guess that he was about to lead forth from their native country the numbered remnant of the English nation into the tenantless realms of the South, there to die, one by one, till the last man should remain in a voiceless, empty world. Last man was in all caps. That's why I said it that way. Adrian was impatient for our departure, and had advanced far in his preparations. His wisdom guided all. His care was the soul, to move the luckless crowd who relied wholly on him. It was useless to provide many things, for we should provide abundant provision in every town. It was Adrian's wish to prevent all labor, to bestow a festive appearance on this funeral train. Our numbers amounted to not quite 2,000 persons. These were not all assembled in London, but each day witnessed the arrival of fresh numbers, and those who resided in neighboring towns had received orders to assemble in one place on the 20th of November. Carriages and horses were provided for all, captains and under-officers chosen, and the whole assemblage wisely organized. All obeyed the Lord Protector of dying England. All looked up to him. His council was chosen. It consisted of about 50 persons. Distinction and station were not the qualifications of their election. We had no station among us, but that which benevolence and prudence gave, no distinction, save between the living and the dead. Although we were anxious to leave England before the depth of winter, yet we were detained. Small parties had been dispatched to various parts of England in search of stragglers. We wouldn't go until we assured ourselves that in all human probability we didn't leave behind a single human being. On our arrival in London, we found that the aged Countess of Windsor was residing with her son in the Palace of the Protectorate. We repaired to our accustomed abode near Hyde Park. Idris, now for the first time in many years, saw her mother, anxious to assure herself that the childishness of old age did not mingle with unforgotten pride, to make this high-born dame still so inveterate against me. Age and care had furrowed her cheeks and bent her form, but her eye was still bright, her manners authoritative and unchanged. She received her daughter coldly, but displayed more feeling as she folded her grandchildren in her arms. It is our nature to wish to continue our systems and thoughts to the posterity through our own offspring. The Countess had failed in this design with regard to her children. Perhaps she hoped to find the next remove in birth more tractable. And once Idris named me casually. A frown, a convulsive gesture of anger shook her mother, and voice trembling with hate, she said, "I am of little worth in this world. The young are impatient to push the old off the scene, but Idris, if you do not wish to see your mother expire at your feet, never again name that person to me. All else I can bear, and now I am resigned to the destruction of my cherished hopes, but it is too much to require that I should love the instrument that Providence gifted with murderous properties for my destruction." This was a strange speech, now that on the empty stage each might play his part without impediment from the other. But the haughty ex-queen thought as Octavius Caesar and Mark Antony. We could not stall together in the whole world. The period of our departure was fixed for the 25th of November. The weather was temperate. Soft rains fell at night, and by day the wintry sun shone out. Our numbers were to move forward in separate parties, and to go by different routes, all to unite at last at Paris. Adrian and his division, consisting in all of 500 persons, were to take the direction of Dover and Calais. Calais? On the 20th of November, Adrian and I rode for the last time through the streets of London. They were grass-grown and deserted. The open doors of the empty mansions creaked upon their hinges. Rank herbage and deforming dirt had swiftly accumulated on the steps of the houses. The voiceless steeples of the churches pierced the smokeless air. The churches were open, but no prayer was offered at the altars. Mildew and damp had already defaced their ornaments. Birds and tame animals, now homeless, had built nests, and made their lairs in consecrated spots. We passed St. Paul's, and London, which had extended so far in suburbs in all directions, had been somewhat deserted in the midst, and much of what had been in former days obscured this vast building was removed. Its ponderous mass, blackened stone, and high dome made it look not like a temple, but more of a tomb. He thought above the portico was engraved the Hic Jacet of England. We passed on eastwards, engaged in such solemn talk as the times inspired. No human step was heard, nor human form discerned. Troops of dogs, deserted of their masters, passed us, and now and then a horse, unbridled and unsaddled, trotted toward us, and then tried to attract the attention of those which we rode, as if to allure them to seek like liberties. An unwieldy ox, who had been fed in an abandoned granary, suddenly lowed and showed his shapeless form in a narrow doorway. Everything was deserted, but nothing was in ruin. And this medley of undamaged buildings and luxurious accommodation in trim and fresh youth was contrasted with the lonely silence of the unpeopled streets. Night closed in and it began to rain. We were about to return homewards when a voice, a human voice, strange now to hear, attracted our attention. It was a child, singing a merry, lightsome air. There was no other sound. We'd traversed London from Hyde Park even to where we were now, in the Minories, and had met no person, heard no voice nor footstep. The singing was interrupted by laughing and talking. Never was merry ditty so sadly timed, never laughter more akin to tears. The door of the house from which these sounds proceeded was open. The upper rooms were illuminated as for a feast. It was a large, magnificent house, in which doubtless some rich merchant had lived. The singing again commenced, and rang through the high-roofed rooms while we silently ascended the staircase. Lights now appeared to guide us, and a long suite of splendid rooms illuminated made us still more wonder. Their only inhabitant, a little girl, was dancing, waltzing and singing about them, followed by a large Newfoundland dog, who, boisterously jumping on her and interrupting her, made her now scold, now laugh, now throw herself on the carpet to play with him. She was dressed grotesquely, in glittering robes and shawls fit for a woman. She appeared about 10 years of age. We stood at the door looking on this strange scene, till the dog, perceiving us, barked loudly. The child turned and saw us, and her face, losing its gaiety, assumed a sullen expression. She slunk back, apparently meditating an escape. I came up to her and held her hand. She didn't resist, but with a stern brow, so strange in childhood, so different from her former hilarity, she stood still, her eyes fixed on the ground. "What do you do here? Who are you?" I said gently. She was silent and trembled violently. "My poor child, are you alone?" asked Adrian. There was a winning softness in his voice that sent to the heart of the little girl. She looked at him, and then snatching her hand from me, threw herself into his arms, clinging round his neck, ejaculating, "Save me! Save me!" while her unnatural sullenness dissolved in tears. "I will save you. Of what are you afraid? You needn't fear my friend. He'll do you no harm. Are you alone?" "No, the lion is with me." "And your father and mother?" "I never had any. I'm a charity girl. Everybody's gone for a great many days. But if they come back and find me out, they'll beat me so." Her unhappy story was told in these few words. An orphan, taken on pretended charity, ill-treated and reviled, her oppressors had died. Unknowing of what had passed around her, she found herself alone. She had not dared venture out, but by the continuance of her solitude her courage revived. Her childish vivacity caused her to play 1,000 freaks, and with her brute companions she passed a long holiday, fearing nothing but the return of harsh voices and cruel usage of her protectors. She readily consented to go with Adrian. In the meantime, while we descanted on alien sorrows, and on a solitude which struck our eyes and on our hearts, while we imagined all the change and suffering that had intervened in these once thronged streets before, tenantless and abandoned, they became
mere kennels for dogs and stables for cattle, while we read the death of the world upon the dark fane, and hugged ourselves in the remembrance that we possessed that was which all the world to us. In the meanwhile, we had arrived from Windsor early in October, and had now been in London about 6 weeks. Day by day during that time the health of my Idris declined. Her heart was broken. Neither sleep nor appetite, the chosen servants of health, waited on her wasted form. To watch her children hour by hour, to sit by me drinking deep the dear persuasion that I remained to her, was all of her pastime. Her vivacity so long assumed, her affectionate display of cheerfulness, her light-hearted tone and springy gait were gone. I could not disguise to myself, nor could she conceal, her life-consuming sorrow. Still, change of scene and reviving hopes might restore her. I feared the plague only, and she was untouched by that. I had left her this evening, reposing after the fatigues of her preparations. Clara sat beside her, relating a story to the two boys. The eyes of Idris were closed, but Clara perceived a sudden change in the appearance of our eldest darling. His heavy lids veiled his cheeks, an unnatural color burnt in his... Or rather, his heavy lids veiled his eyes. I was going to say that sentence made no sense. His heavy lids veiled his eyes, an unnatural color burnt in his cheeks, his breath became short. Clara looked at the mother. She slept and started at the pause the narrator made. Fear of awakening and alarming her caused Clara to go on at the eager call of Evelyn, who was unaware of what was passing. Her eyes turned alternately from Alfred to Idris. With trembling accents she continued her tale till she saw the child about to fall. Starting forward, she caught him, and her cry roused Idris. She looked on her son. She saw death stealing across his features. She laid him on a bed. She held drink to his parched lips. And yet he might be saved. If I were there, he might be saved. Perhaps it was not the plague. Without a counselor, what could she do? Stay and behold him die? Why, at the moment I was away? Look to him, Clara, she exclaimed. I'll return immediately. She inquired among those who, selected as the companions of our journey, had taken up residence in our house. She had heard from them merely that I'd gone out with Adrian. She entreated them to seek me, and returned to her child. He was plunged in a frightful state of torpor. Again she rushed downstairs. All was dark, deserted, and silent. She lost all self-possession. She ran into the street and called on my name. The pattering rain and howling wind alone replied to her. Wild fear gave wings to her feet. She darted forward to seek me, she knew not where. But putting all her thoughts, all her energy, all her being in speed only, most misdirected speed, she neither felt nor feared nor paused, but ran right on, till her strength suddenly deserted her, so suddenly that she had not thought to save herself. Her knees failed her, and she fell heavily on the pavement. She was stunned for a time, but at length rose, and though sorely hurt, still walked on, shedding a fountain of tears, stumbling at times, going she knew not whither. Only now and then with feeble voice she called my name, adding with heart-piercing exclamations that I was cruel and unkind. Human being there was none to reply, and the inclemency of the night had driven the wandering animals to the habitations they had usurped. Her thin dress was drenched with rain, her wet hair clung round her neck. She tottered through the dark streets, till, striking her foot against an unseen and unknown impediment, she again fell. She couldn't rise, she hardly strove, but, gathering up her limbs, she resigned herself to the fury of the elements and the bitter grief of her own heart. She murmured an earnest prayer to die speedily, for there was no relief but death. While hopeless of safety for herself, she ceased to lament for her dying child, but shed, kindly, bitter tears for the grief I should experience in losing her. While she lay, life almost suspended, she felt a warm, soft hand on her brow, and a gentle female voice asked her, with expressions of tender compassion, if she could not rise. There was another human being, sympathetic and kind, that another human being, sympathetic and kind, should exist near, roused her. Half rising, with clasped hands and fresh springing tears, she entreated her companion to seek for me, to bid me hasten to my dying child, to save him, for the love of heaven, save him. The woman raised her. She led her under shelter. She entreated her to return to her home, whither perhaps I had already returned. Idris easily yielded to her persuasions. She leaned on the arm of her friend. She endeavored to walk on, but irresistible faintness made her pause again and again. Quickened by the increasing storm, we had hastened our return. Our little charge was placed before Adrian on his horse. There was an assemblage of persons under the portico of our house, in whose gestures I instinctively read some heavy change, some new misfortune. With swift alarm, afraid to ask a single question, I leapt from my horse. The spectators saw me, knew me, and in an awful silence divided to make way for me. I snatched a light, and rushing upstairs, hearing a groan, without reflection I threw open the door of the first room that presented itself. It was quite dark, but as I stepped within, a pernicious scent assailed my senses, producing sickening qualms which made their way to my very heart, while I felt my leg clasped, and a groan repeated by the person that held me. I lowered my lamp and saw a man, half-clad, writhing under the agony of disease, while he held me with a convulsive grasp. With mixed horror and impatience I strove to disengage myself, and fell on the sufferer. He wound his naked, festering arms around me, his face was close to mine, and his breath, death-laden, entered my vitals. For a moment I was overcome. My head was bowed by aching nausea, till, reflection returning, I sprung up, threw the wretch from me, and darting up the staircase, entered the chamber usually inhabited by my family. A dim light showed me Alfred on a couch. Clara, trembling and paler than white as snow, had raised him on her arm, while holding a cup of water to his lips. I saw full well that no spark of life existed in that ruined form. His features were rigid, his eyes glazed, his head fallen back. I took him from her. I laid him softly down, kissed his cold little mouth, and turned to speak in a vain whisper, when the loudest sound of thunder like cannon could not have reached him in his immaterial abode. And where was Idris? That she'd gone out to seek me and had not returned were fearful tidings, while the rain and driving wind clattered against the window and roared around the house. Added to this, the sickening sensation of disease gained upon me. No time to be lost if I ever see her again. I mounted my horse and rode out to seek her, fancying that I had heard her voice in every gust, oppressed by fever and aching pain. I rode in the dark and rain through the labyrinthine streets of unpeopled London. My child lay dead at home. The seeds of mortal disease had taken root in my bosom. I went to seek Idris, my adored, now wandering alone, while the waters were rushing from heaven like a cataract to bathe her dear head and chill damp her fair limbs in numbing cold. A female stood on the step of a door and called to me as I galloped past. It was not Idris, so I rode swiftly on, until a kind of second sight, a reflection back again on my senses of what I'd seen but not marked, made me feel sure that another figure, thin, graceful, and tall, stood clinging to the foremost person, who supported her. In a minute I was beside the suppliant. In a minute I received the sinking Idris in my arms. Lifting her up, I placed her on the horse. She had not strength to support herself, so I mounted beside her, rather behind her, and held her close to my bosom, wrapping my riding cloak round her, while her companion, whose well-known but changed countenance, it was Juliet, daughter of the Duke of Lerle, could at this moment of horror obtain from me no more than a passing glance of compassion.
That's right. It's another fill-in-the-blank area of future England. I almost said Lancaster, but that's an actual district of England. So, she took the abandoned rein and conducted our obedient steed homewards. Dare I avouch it? This was the last moment of my happiness, but I was happy. Idris must die, for her heart was broken. I must die, for I had caught the plague. Earth was a scene of desolation. Hope was madness. Life and merry death, they were one. But thus supporting my fainting love, thus feeling that I must soon die, I revelled in the delight of possessing her once more. Again and again I kissed her and pressed her to my heart. This book is full of things that just feel eerily familiar from the past 2 years. Good gracious, it has been 2 years, hasn't it? Really started hitting us a little after my birthday 2 years ago. Isn't that wild? Of course, it hit people on the coast first, but, made it all the way here. Probably, I'd say, even less than a week, probably the 14th of March is what I would mark as actual official start of the plague personally, which really did not give me a lot of wiggle room, given I was out on the 11th. Anyway, this book just has me big digressed this evening. Where was I? We arrived at our home. I assisted her to dismount. I carried her upstairs and gave her into Clara's care that her wet garments might be changed. Briefly, I assured Adrian of her safety and requested that we might be left to repose. As the miser who with trembling caution visits his treasure to count it again and again, so I numbered each moment, and grudged every one that was not spent with Idris. I returned swiftly to the chamber where my life reposed. Before I entered the room, I paused for a few seconds. For a few seconds I tried to examine my state. Sickness and shuddering ever and anon came over me. My head was heavy, my chest oppressed. My legs bent under me, but I threw off resolutely the swift-growing symptoms of my disorder, and met Idris with placid and even joyous looks. She was lying on a couch, carefully fastening the door to prevent all intrusion. I sat by her, we embraced, and our lips met in a kiss long drawn and breathless. Would that moment had been my last. Eternal feeling now awoke in my poor girl's bosom, and she asked, "And Alfred?" "Idris, we are spared to each other. We are together. Do not let any other idea intrude. I am happy. Even on this fatal night I declare myself happy, beyond all name, beyond all thought. What would you more, sweet one?" Idris understood me. She bowed her head on my shoulder and wept. "Why?" again she asked. "Why do you tremble, Lionel? What shakes you thus?" Well may I be shaken, happy as I am. Our child is dead, and the present hour is dark and ominous. Well may I tremble, but I'm happy, mine own Idris, most happy. "I understand thee, my kind love. Thus, pale as thou art, the sorrow at our loss, trembling and aghast, thou wouldst assuage my grief by thy dear assurances. I am not happy." And the tears flashed and fell from under her downcast lids. "For we're inmates of a miserable prison. There's no joy for us. But the true love I bear you will render this and every other loss endurable. We've been happy together at least. No future misery can deprive us of the past. We've been true to each other for years, ever since my sweet princess love came through the snow to the lowly cottage of the poverty-stricken heir of the ruined Verney. Even now that eternity is before us, we take hope only from the presence of each other. Idris, how do you think that when we die we shall be divided?" "Die? When we die? What do you mean? What secret lies hid from me in those dreadful words?" "Must we all not die, dearest?" "Gracious God, are you ill, Lionel? You speak of death? My only friend, heart of my heart, speak!" "I do not think that we have any of us long to live. When the curtain drops on this mortal scene, where, think you, shall we find ourselves?" Idris was calmed by my misunderstood tone and look. She answered, "You may easily believe, during the long progress of this plague, I've thought much on death, and asked myself, now that all mankind is dead to this life,
What other life may have been born? Hour after hour I've dwelt on these thoughts, and strove to form an irrational conclusion concerning the mystery of a future state. What a scarecrow indeed would death be if we were to merely cast aside the shadow in which we now walk, and stepping forth into the unclouded sunshine of knowledge and love, revive with the same companions of the same affections, and reach the fulfilment of our hopes, leaving our fears with our earthly vesture in the grave. Alas, the same strong feeling which makes me sure that I will not wholly die, makes me refuse to believe that I shall live wholly as I do now. Yet, Lionel, never, never can I love any but you. Through eternity I must desire your society, and as I am innocent of harm to others, and as relying and confident as my mortal nature permits, I trust that the ruler of this world would never tear us asunder. Your remarks are like yourself, dear love, gentle and good. Let us cherish such a belief, and dismiss anxiety from our minds. But, sweet, we are so formed, there is no sin if God made our nature to yield to what he ordains. We are so formed that we must love life. We must love the living smile, cling to it, the sympathetic touch, the thrilling voice peculiar to our mortal mechanism. Let us not, through security in the hereafter, neglect the present. This present moment, short as it is a part of eternity, and the dearest part, since it is our own unalienably. Thou, the hope of my futurity, are my present joy. Let me then look on thy dear eyes, and reading love in them, drink intoxicating pleasure. What a set of lines! Thou, the hope of my futurity, art my present joy. Let me then look on thy dear eyes, and reading love in them, drink intoxicating pleasure. Is there a way to highlight this? It's maybe. Oh, that's kind of neat. Oh, I just realized how to fix the. Oh, big yawn. Yeah, fucking big yawn. Ah, I just learned something very interesting. Let me see if I can change this. Color, what? That's not a real color. Right? Oh. Oh, I may have just broken my capture a little bit. Oops. Give me just a moment. I know how to fix this. Be patient. Background. Aha! Okay, I need to yutz with this later. Just know that I can, okay. Yeah, I'll yutz with this later. Stop that. Okay, that fixed that. I'll play with that later. Is there a way to save this selected thing? I know that's kind of a thing sometimes. What's this button do? Table of contents, full screen. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the functions of my, I'm getting distracted by the functions of my reader here instead of actually reading. Uh, just at future me. Someone comment this on the video or something. Send me an email or something so I remember. Right clicking on the book gives you an inspect element, can give you an inspect element view that actually lets you make the theme you want. Because I want to actually make the text capture on screen fit in the actual scene. Right now it's just kind of there, and I don't like that. I want it to fit in a little bit, and now that I know what I need to change, I think I can fix that. Anyway, these our two true lovers here are having some moment of reflection on the looming specter of death as it bears down on them. Let's return to this incredibly well-written dramatic scene. Timidly, for my vehemence somewhat terrified her, Idris looked on me. My eyes were bloodshot starting from my head. Every artery beat, methought audibly, every muscle throbbed. Each single nerve felt. Oop, I didn't notice Magnus back there. Each single nerve felt. Her look of wild affright told me that I could no longer keep my secret. So it is, mine own beloved. The last hour of many happy ones has arrived, nor can we shun any longer the inevitable destiny. I cannot live long, but again and again I say this moment is ours. Paler than marble, with white lips and convulsed features, Idris became aware of my situation. My arm, as I sat, encircled her waist. She felt the palm burn with fever. Even on the heart it pressed. "One moment," she murmured, scarce audibly. "Only one moment." She kneeled, and hiding her face, uttered a brief but earnest prayer that she might fulfill her duty and watch over me to the last. While there was hope, the agony had been unendurable. All was now concluded. Her feelings became solemn, calm. Even as Epicharis, unperturbed and firm, submitted to the instruments of torture, so did Idris, suppressing every sigh and sign of grief, enter upon the endurance of torments of which the rack and the wheel are but faint and metaphysical symbols. I was changed. The tight-drawn cord that sounded so harshly was loosened, the moment that Idris participated in my knowledge of our real situation. The perturbed and passion-tossed waves of thoughts subsided, leaving only the heavy swell that kept right on without any outward manifestation of its disturbance, till it should break on the remote shore towards which I am rapidly advanced. "It's true that I'm sick," I said, "and your society, and my Idris is my only medicine. Come and sit beside me." She made me lie down on the couch, and drawing a low ottoman near, sat close to my pillow, pressing my burning hands in her cold palms. She yielded to my feverish restlessness, and let me talk, and talk to me on subjects strange indeed to beings who thus looked on the last and heard the last of what they loved gone in the world. We talked of times gone by, of the happy period of our early love, of Raymond, Perdita, and Evadne. We talked of what might arise on this desert earth if 2 or 3 being saved were slowly being repeopled. We talked of what was beyond the tomb, and man, in his human shape, being nearly extinct, we felt with certainty of faith that other spirits, other minds, other perceptive beings, sightless to us, must people with thought and love this beauteous and imperishable universe. We talked, I know not how long, but in the morning I awoke from a painful, heavy slumber. The pale cheek of Idris rested on my pillow. The large orbs of her eyes half raised the lids, and showed the deep blue lights beneath. Her lips were unclosed, and the slight murmurs they formed told me that even while asleep she suffered. If she were dead, I thought, what difference? Now that form is the temple of her residing deity. Those eyes are the windows of her soul. All grace, love, and intelligence are throned on that lovely bosom. Were she dead, where would this mind, the dearer half of mine, be? For quickly the fair proportion of this edifice would be more defaced than are the sand-choked ruins of the desert temples of Palmyra. Alright, folks, before we dive into Chapter 3, I have been glancing at the time. You know what time it actually is? It's break time. Now would be a great time, especially if you've been sitting while you're listening along and reading along here. Now would be a great time to stand up, stretch your legs, have a snack if you're hungry. Definitely drink some water if you haven't drank anything so far. If you have any medications you need to take, that's another really important one. This is a great time for an intermission, especially for the podcast listener, because there's not quite so many gaps for obvious times to stop in comparison to the live listener. But we will return if you're listening live in about 15 minutes. If you're listening to the podcast after a few moments, either way, this is a great place to get up, walk around, double check things. Make sure you don't have any projects spinning that you need to poke at, that kind of thing. We'll be back in a little bit here with chapter 3. Oh, for the what's the word I'm looking for? For the live listener here, let me toss some music on. Something that seems good and pleasant and royalty free. And I'll be back in about 15 minutes. At some point, I need to put a timer on this screen that just automatically lasts for 15 minutes. Oh, Lady Highly bless me. That weather out there does its level darndest to pilfer what little wretched crumb of heat remains in this body of mine. Rarely does it manage to get cold enough around here. Rarely does it manage to get cold enough in general for me to start noticing, but when we're down in single digits or lower around here, it really even cuts into me. I don't notice this sort of thing easily. Has to be down in the 20s, around the lowest, to really hit me. But it's definitely been low enough lately. Oh, and don't even get me started on wind. I like my cold at one set speed, thank you very much, not 15 random ones. Still air when it is cold is much more tolerable to my particular constitution, let us say. Okay, now that I've kvetched about the weather a little bit, let's dive into chapter 3 of the final volume of The Last Man. Idris stirred and awoke. Alas, she awoke to misery. She saw the signs of disease on my countenance, and wondered how she could permit the long night to pass without her having sought, not cure, that was impossible, but at least alleviation to my sufferings. She called Adrian. My couch was quickly surrounded by friends and assistants, and such medicines were judged fitting, or administered. It was the peculiar and dreadful distinction of our visitation that none who had been attacked by the pestilence had recovered. The first symptom of the disease was the death warrant, which in no single instance had been followed by pardon or reprieve. No gleam of hope. Excuse the timer. That was me making sure I got back in enough time when I said I was going to give you guys 15 minutes. Or was it? No single instance had been followed by pardon or reprieve. No gleam of hope, therefore, cheered my friends. While fever, producing torpor, heavy pains, sitting like lead on my limbs, and making my breast heave were upon me, I continued insensible to everything but pain, and at last even to that. I awoke on the 4th morning as from a dreamless sleep, an irritating sense of thirst, and when I strove to speak or move, an entire dereliction of power was all I felt. For 3 days and nights Idris had not moved from my side. She administered to all my wants, and never slept nor rested. She did not hope, and therefore she never endeavored to read the physician's countenance, nor to watch for symptoms of recovery. All her thought was to attend on me to the last, and then to lie down and die beside me. On the 3rd night animation was suspended. To eye and touch of all, I was dead. With earnest prayer, almost with force, Adrian tried to draw Idris from me. He exhausted every adjuration, her child's welfare and his own. She shook her head and wiped a stealing tear from her sunken cheek, but he would not yield. She entreated to be allowed to watch me that one night only, with such affliction and meek earnestness that she gained her point, and sat silent, motionless, except when, stung by intolerable remembrance, she kissed my closed eyes and pallid lips, and pressed my stiffening hands to her beating heart. At the dead of night, when, though it was midwinter, the cock crowed at 3 o'clock, as herald of the morning change, while hanging over me, and mourning in silent, bitter loss for the thought of all the love towards her that had been enshrined in my heart. Her dishevelled hair hung over her face, and the long tresses fell on the bed. She saw one ringlet in motion, and the scattered hair slightly stirred as if by a breath. It's not so, she thought, for he will never breathe more. Several times the same thing occurred, and she only marked it by the same reflection, till the whole ringlet waved back, and she thought she saw my breast heave. Her first emotion was deadly fear. Cold dew stood on her brow, my eyes half opened, and reassured, she would have exclaimed, "He lives!"
but the words were choked by a spasm, and she fell with a groan on the floor. Apologies. Noticed one of the sources of heat in here was not active. Need to fix that. Adrian was in the chamber. After long washing, he had unwillingly fallen into a sleep. He started up and beheld his sister senseless on the earth, weltering a stream of blood that gushed from her mouth. Increasing signs of life in me in some degree explained her state. The surprise, the burst of joy, the revulsion of every sentiment had been too much for her frame, worn by long months of care, late shattered by every species of woe and toil. She was now in far greater danger than I. The wheels and springs of my life, once again set in motion, acquired elasticity from their short suspension. For a long time no one believed that I should indeed continue to live. During the reign of the plague upon the earth, not one person attacked by the grim disease had recovered. My restoration was looked on as a deception. Every moment it was expected that the evil symptoms would recur with redoubled violence, until confirmed convalescence, absence of all fever or pain, and increasing strength had brought slow conviction that I had recovered from the plague. The restoration of Idris, however, was more problematical. When I had been attacked by illness, her cheeks were sunk, her form emaciated, but now the vessel which had broken from the effects of extreme agitation did not entirely heal, but was as a channel that drop by drop drew from her the ruddy stream that vivified her heart. Her hollow eyes and worn countenance had a ghastly appearance. Her cheekbones, her open fair brow, the projection of her mouth stood fearfully prominent. You might tell each bone in the thin anatomy of her frame. Her hand hung powerless, each joint lay bare so that the light penetrated through and through. It was strange that life could exist in what was wasted and worn into a very type of death. To take from her these heartbreaking scenes, to lead her to forget the world's desolation in the variety of objects presented by traveling, and to nurse her failing strength in the mild climate toward which we had resolved to journey, was my last hope for her preservation. The preparations for our departure, which had been suspended during my illness, were renewed. I did not revive to doubtful convalescence. Health spent her treasures upon me, as the tree in spring may feel from its wrinkled limbs the fresh green break forth, and the living sap rise and circulate. So did the renewed vigor of my frame, the cheerful current of my blood, the newborn elasticity of my limbs, influence my mind to cheerful endurance and pleasurable thoughts. My body, late the heavy weight that bound me to the tomb, was exuberant with health. Mere common exercises were insufficient for my reviving strength. Methought I could emulate the speed of a racehorse, discern through the air objects at a blinding distance, hear the operations of nature in her mute abodes. My senses had become so refined and susceptible after my recovery from mortal disease. Hope, among my other blessings, was not denied to me, and I did fondly trust that my unwearied attentions would restore my adored girl. I was therefore eager to forward our preparations. According to the plan first laid down, we were to have quitted London on the 25th of November, and in pursuance of this scheme, 2/3 of our people, all that remained of England, had gone forward and had already been some weeks in Paris. First my illness, and then subsequently that of Idris, had detained Adrian with his division, which consisted of 300 persons, so that we now departed on the 1st of January, 2089. It was my wish to keep Idris as distant as possible from the hurry and clamor of the crowd, and to hide from her those appearances that would remind her most forcibly of our real situation. We separated ourselves to a great degree from Adrian, who was obliged to give his whole time to public business. The Countess of Windsor travelled with her son. Clara, Evelyn, and a female who acted as our attendant were the only persons with whom we had contact. We occupied a commodious carriage. Our servant officiated as coachman. A party of about 20 persons preceded us at a small distance. They had it in charge to prepare our halting places and our nightly abode. They had been selected for this service out of a great number that offered, on account of the superior sagacity
of the man who had been appointed their leader. Immediately on our departure, I was delighted to find a change in Idris, which I fondly hoped prognosticated the happiest results. All the cheerfulness and gentle gaiety natural to her revived. She was weak, and this alteration was rather displayed in looks and voice rather than in acts. But it was permanent and real. My recovery from the plague and confirmed health instilled into her a firm belief that I was now secure from this dread enemy. She told me that she was sure she should recover, that she had a presentiment that the tide of calamity that deluged our unhappy race had now turned, that the remnant would be preserved, and among them the dear objects of her tender affection, and that in some selected spot we should wear out our lives together in pleasant society.
Do not let my state of feebleness deceive you. I feel that I'm better. There's a quick life within me and a spirit of anticipation that ensures me that I shall continue long to make a part of this world. I shall throw off the degrading weakness of this body, which infects even my mind with debility, and I shall enter again on the performance of my duties. I was sorry to leave Windsor, but now I am weaned from this local attachment. I am content to remove to a mild climate, which will complete my recovery. Trust me, dearest, I shall neither leave you nor my brother nor my dear children. These firm determinations to remain with you to the last, and to continue to contribute to your happiness and welfare would keep me alive, even if grim death were nearer at hand than he really is.
I was only half reassured by these expressions. I couldn't believe that the over-quick flow of her blood was a sign of health, or that her burning cheeks denoted convalescence. But I had no fears of an immediate catastrophe. Nay, I persuaded myself that she'd ultimately recover. And thus cheerfulness reigned in our little society. Idris conversed with animation on 1,000 topics. Her chief desire was to lead our thoughts from melancholy reflections, and so she drew charming pictures of a tranquil solitude, of a beauteous retreat, of the simple manners of our little tribe, and of the patriarchal brotherhood of love, which would survive the ruins of populous nations which had lately existed. We shut out from our thoughts the present, and withdrew our eyes from the dreary landscape we traversed. Winter reigned in all its gloom. The leafless trees lay without motion against the dun sky. The forms of frost, mimicking the foliage of summer, strewed the ground. The paths were overgrown. The unplowed cornfields, were patched with grass and weeds. The sheep congregated at the threshold of the cottage. The horned ox thrust his head from the window. The wind was bleak, and frequent sleet or snowstorms added to the melancholy appearance wintry nature assumed. We arrived at Rochester, and an accident caused us to be detained there a day. During that time, a circumstance occurred which changed our plans. And which, alas, in its result, changed the eternal course of events, turning me from the pleasant new-sprung hope I enjoyed to an obscure and gloomy desert. But I must give some little explanation before I proceed with the final cause of our temporary alteration of plan, and refer again to those times when man had walked the earth fearless, before plague had become queen of the world. There resided a family in the neighborhood of Windsor, of very humble pretensions, but which had been an object of interest to us, on account of one of the persons of whom it was composed. The family of the Claytons had known better days, but after a series of reverses, the father died a bankrupt, and the mother heartbroken, and a confirmed invalid, retired with her 5 children to a little cottage between Eton and Salt Hill. The eldest of those children, who was 13 years old, seemed at once, from the influence of adversity, to acquire the sagacity and principle belonging to a more mature age. Her mother grew worse and worse in health, but Lucy attended on her, and was as a tender parent to her younger brothers and sisters, and in the meantime showed herself so good-humored, social, and benevolent, that she was as beloved as well as honored in her little neighborhood. Lucy was besides extremely pretty, so when she grew to be 16, it was to be supposed, notwithstanding her poverty, that she should have admirers. One of these was the son of a country curate. He was a generous, frank-hearted youth, with an ardent love of knowledge and no mean acquirements. Though Lucy was untaught, her mother's conversation and manners gave her a taste for refinement superior to her present situation. She loved the youth, even without knowing it, except that in any difficulty she naturally turned to him for aid, and awoke with a lighter heart every Sunday, because she knew that she'd be met and accompanied by him in her evening walk with her sisters. She had another admirer, one of the head waiters at the inn at the Salt Hill. He was also not without pretensions to urbane superiority, such as he learnt from gentlemen's servants and walking maids, who, initiating him in all the slang of high life below stairs, rendered his arrogant temper 10 times more intrusive. Lucy did not disclaim him. She was incapable of that feeling. But she was sorry when she saw him approach, and quietly resisted all his endeavours to establish an intimacy. The fellow soon discovered that his rival was preferred to him, and this changed what was at first a chance admiration into a passion, whose main springs were envy and a base desire to deprive his competitor of the advantage he enjoyed over himself. Poor Lucy's sad story was but a common one. Her lover's father died, and he was left destitute. He accepted the offer of a gentleman to go to India with him, feeling secure that he should soon acquire an independence, and return to claim the hand of his beloved. He became involved in the war carried on there, was taken prisoner, and years elapsed before tidings of his existence were received in his native land. In the meantime, disastrous poverty came on Lucy. Her little cottage, which stood looking from its trellis, covered with woodbine and jessamine, was burnt down, and the whole of their little property was included in the destruction. Whither betake them? By what exertion of industry could Lucy procure them another abode? Her mother, nearly bedrid, could not survive any extreme of famine-struck poverty. At this time her other admirer stepped forward and renewed his offer of marriage. He'd saved money. He was going to set up a little inn at Datchet. There was nothing alluring to Lucy in the offer except the home it had secured to her mother, and she felt more sure of this since she was struck by the apparent generosity which occasioned the present offer. She accepted it, and thus sacrificed herself for the comfort and welfare of her parent. It was some years after her marriage that we became acquainted with her. The accident of a storm caused us to take refuge in the inn, where we witnessed the brutal, quarrelsome behavior of her husband and her patient endurance. Her lot was not a fortunate one. Her first lover had returned with the hope of making her his own, and had met her by accident for the first time as the mistress of his country inn and the wife of another. He withdrew despairingly to foreign parts. Nothing went well with him, and at last he enlisted, and came back again wounded and sick, and yet Lucy was debarred from nursing him. Her husband's brutal disposition was aggravated by his yielding to the many temptations held out by his situation, and the consequent disarrangement of his affairs. Fortunately, she had no children, but her heart was bound up in her brothers and 6 sisters. And these his avarice and ill temper soon drove from the house. They were dispersed about the country, earning their livelihood with toil and care. He even showed an inclination to get rid of her mother, but Lucy was firm here. She had sacrificed herself for her. She lived for her. She would not part with her. If the mother went, she would also go beg bread for her, die with her, but never desert her. The presence of Lucy was too necessary in keeping up the order of the house, and in preventing the whole establishment from going to wreck, for him to permit her to leave him. He yielded the point, but in all accesses of anger or in his drunken fits, he recurred to the old topic, and stung poor Lucy's heart by opprobrious epithets bestowed on her parent. I'm really impressed with the captions. It managed to get a word as wild as opprobrious. I guess that means I'm saying it correctly. A passion, however, be it wholly pure, entire, and reciprocal, brings with it its own solace. Lucy was truly, and from the depth of heart, devoted to her mother. The sole end she proposed to herself in life was the comfort and preservation of this parent. Though she grieved for the result, yet she did not repent of her marriage, even when her lover returned to bestow competence on her. 3 years had intervened, and how, in their penniless state, could her mother have existed during this time? This excellent woman was worthy of her child's devotion. A perfect confidence and friendship existed between them. Besides, she was no means illiterate, and Lucy, whose mind had been in some degree cultivated by her former lover, now found in her the only person who could understand and appreciate her. Thus, though suffering, she was by no means desolate, and when the fine summer days, and rather when, during fine summer days, she led her mother into the flowery and shady lanes near their abode, a gleam of unmixed joy enlightened her countenance. She saw that her parent was happy, and she knew that this happiness was of her soul creating. Meanwhile, her husband's affairs grew more and more involved. Ruin was near at hand, and she was about to lose the fruit of all her labors, when pestilence came to change the aspect of the world. Her husband reaped benefit from the universal misery, but as the disaster increased, the spirit of lawlessness seized him. He deserted his home to revel in the luxuries promised him in London, and found there a grave. Her former lover had been one of the first victims of the disease, but Lucy continued to love for and in her mother. Her courage only failed when she dreaded peril for her parent, or feared that death might prevent her from performing those duties to which she was unalterably devoted. When we had quitted Windsor for London, as the previous step to our final emigration, we visited Lucy and arranged with her the plan of her own and her mother's removal. Lucy was sorry at the necessity which had forced her to quit her native lanes and village, and to drag an infirm parent from her comforts at home to the homeless waste of depopulate earth, but she was too well disciplined by adversity, and of too sweet a temper, to indulge in repinings at what was inevitable. Subsequent circumstances, my illness and that of Idris, drove her from our remembrance, and we called her to mind at last, only to conclude that she had made one of the few who had come from Windsor to join the emigrants. She was already in Paris. When we arrived at Rochester, therefore, we were surprised to receive, by a man just come from Slough, a letter from this exemplary sufferer. His account was, that journeying from his home, and passing through Datchet, he was surprised to see smoke issue from the chimney of the inn, and supposing that he should find comrades for his journey assembled there, he knocked and was admitted. There was no one in the house but Lucy and her mother. The latter had been deprived of her use of her limbs by an attack of rheumatism, and so, one by one, all the remaining inhabitants of the country set forward, leaving them alone. Lucy entreated the man to stay with her. In a week or two her mother would be better, and they would then set out, but they must perish if they were left thus helpless and forlorn. The man said that his wife and children were already among the emigrants, and it was therefore, according to his notion, impossible for him to remain. Lucy, as a last resource, gave him a letter for Idris, to be delivered to her wherever he should meet us. This commission at least he fulfilled, and Idris... What did Idris do? Sorry. I turned the page too quickly. This commission at least he fulfilled, and Idris received with emotion the following letter. Honored Lady, I am sure that you will remember and pity me, and I dare hope that you will assist me. What other hope have I? Pardon my manner of writing, I am so bewildered. A month ago my dear mother was deprived of the use of her limbs. She is already better, and in another month I am sure be able to travel, in the way that you were so kind as to say you would arrange for us. But now everybody's gone, everybody. As they went away, each said that perhaps my mother would be better before we were quite deserted. But 3 days ago I went to Samuel Wood's, who, on account of his newborn child, remained to the last, and there being a large family of them, I thought I could persuade them to wait a little longer for us, but I found the house deserted. I've not seen a soul since till this good man came. What will become of us? My mother does not know our state. She's so ill that I've hidden it from her. Will you not send someone to us? I'm sure we must perish miserably as we are. If I were to try to move my mother now, she would die on the road, and if when she gets better I were able, I cannot guess how to find out the roads and get on so many miles to the sea,
We would all be in France and the great ocean between us, which is so terrible even to sailors. What would it be to me, a woman who never saw it? We should be imprisoned by it in this country, all alone, with no help. Better die where we are. I can hardly write. I cannot stop my tears. It is not for myself. I could put my trust in God, and let the worst come. I think I could bear it if I were alone. But my mother, my sick, my dear, dear mother, who never since I was born spoke a harsh word to me, who has been patient in many sufferings, pity her, dear lady. She must die a miserable death if you do not pity her. People speak carelessly of her because she's old and infirm, as if we must not all, if we are spared, become so. And then when the young are old themselves, they will think that they ought to be taken care of. It's very silly of me to write in this way to you, but when I hear her trying not to groan, and see her look smiling on me to comfort me, when I know she's in pain, when I think she does not know the worst, but she soon must, and then she'll not complain, I shall sit guessing at all that she's dwelling upon, famine and misery. I feel as if my heart must break, and I do not know what I say or do. My mother who I've borne much. God preserve you from this fate. Preserve her, lady, and he will bless you. And I, poor miserable creature as I am, will thank you and pray for you while I live. Your unhappy and dutiful servant, December 30th, 2097, Lucy Martin. You'll have to excuse the lack of character voice there. I'm not sure I can muster much more of my terrible, terrible female voice tonight. At least if I want to make any more significant headway in this book. I may have to divest of character voices. We'll see though. This letter deeply affected Idris, and she... sorry, I'm having the worst hiccups. Let's give that a try. This letter deeply affected Idris, and she instantly proposed that we should return to Datchet to assist Lucy and her mother. I said that I would without delay set out for that place, but entreated her to join her brother, and there await my return with the children. But Idris was in high spirits, full of hope. She declared that she could not consent even to a temporary separation from me, but there was no need of this. The motion of the carriage did her good, and the distance was too trifling to be considered. We could dispatch messengers to Adrian to inform him of our deviation from the original plan. She spoke with vivacity, and drew a picture after her own dear heart of the pleasure we should bestow upon Lucy, and declared that if I went, she must accompany me, and she should very much dislike to entrust the charge of rescuing them to others who might fulfill it with coldness or inhumanity. Lucy's life had been one act of devotion and virtue. Let her now reap the small reward of finding her excellence appreciated, and her necessity assisted by those whom she respected and honored. These and many other arguments were urged with gentle pertinacity, and the ardor of a wish to do all the good in her power by her whose simple expression of a desire and slightest request had ever been a law with me. I, of course, consented, the moment that I saw she had set her heart upon this step. We sent half of our attendant troop on to Adrian, and with the other half of our carriage took a retrograde course back to Windsor. I wonder now how I could be so blind and senseless as to thus risk the safety of Idris. For, if I had eyes, surely I could see the sure, though deceitful advance of death in her burning cheek and increasing weakness. But she said she was better, and I believed her. Extinction could not be near a being whose vivacity and intelligence hourly increased, and whose frame was endowed with an intense, and I fondly thought, a strong and permanent spirit of life, who after a great disaster does not look back with wonder at his inconceivable obtuseness of understanding, that could not perceive the many minute threads with which fate weaves the inextricable net of our destinies until he is enmeshed completely in it.
The crossroads which we now entered upon were in an even worse state than the long-neglected highways, and the inconvenience seemed to menace the perishing frame of Idris with destruction. Passing through Dartford, we arrived at Hampton on the second day. Even in this short interval, my beloved companion grew sensibly worse in health, though her spirits were still light, and she cheered my growing anxiety with gay sallies. Sometimes the thought pierced my brain, is she dying? As I saw her fair, fleshless hand rest on mine, or observed the feebleness with which she performed the accustomed acts of life, I drove away the idea as if it had been suggested by insanity, but it occurred again and again, only to be dispelled by the continued liveliness of her manner. About midday, after quitting Hampton, our carriage broke down. The shock caused Idris to faint, but on her reviving, no other ill consequence ensued. Our party of attendants had, as usual, gone on before us, and our coachman went in search of another vehicle, our former one being rendered by this accident unfit for service. The only place near us was a poor village, in which he found a kind of caravan able to hold 4 people, but it was clumsy and ill hung. Besides this, he found a very excellent cabriolet. Our plans soon arranged. I would drive Idris in the latter, while the children were to be conveyed and the servant in the former. But these arrangements cost time. We had agreed to proceed that night to Windsor, and thither our purveyors had gone. We should find considerable difficulty in getting accommodation before we reached this place. After all, the distance was only 10 miles. My horse was a good one. I would go forward at a good pace with Idris, leaving the children to follow at a rate more consonant to the uses of their cumbrous machine. Evening closed in quickly, far more quickly than I was prepared to expect. At the going down of the sun, it began to snow heavily. I attempted in vain to defend my beloved companion from the storm. The wind drove the snow in our faces, and it lay so high on the ground that we made but small way, while the night was so dark that but for the white covering on the ground, we should not have been able to see a yard before us. We had left our accompanying caravan far behind us, and now I perceived that the storm had made me unconsciously deviate from the intended route. I had gone some miles out of my way. My knowledge of the country enabled me to regain the right road, but instead of going, as at first agreed upon, by a crossroad from Stanwell to Datchet, I was obliged to take the way of Egham and Bishopgate. It was certain, therefore, that I should not be rejoined by the other vehicle, that I should not meet a single fellow creature till we arrived at Windsor. The back of our carriage was drawn up, and I hung a pelisse before it, thus to curtain the beloved sufferer from the pelting sleet. She turned the page too quickly. She leaned on my shoulder, growing every moment more languid and feeble. At first she replied to my words of cheer with affectionate thanks, but by degrees she sunk into silence. Her head lay heavily upon me. I only knew that she lived by her irregular breathing and frequent sighs. For a moment I resolved to stop, and opposing the back of the cabriolet to the force of the tempest, to expect morning as well I might. But the wind, it was bleak and piercing, while the occasional shudderings of my poor Idris and the intense cold I felt myself demonstrated that this would be a dangerous experiment. At length methought she slept. Fatal sleep induced by frost. At this moment I saw the heavy outline of a cottage traced on the dark horizon close to us. Dearest love, support yourself but one moment, and we shall have shelter. Let us stop here, that I may open the door of this blessed dwelling. As I spoke, my heart was transported, and my senses swam with excessive delight and thankfulness. I placed the head of Idris against the carriage, and, leaping out, scrambled through the snow to the cottage, whose door was open. I had an apparatus about me for procuring light, and that showed me a comfortable room with a pile of wood in one corner, and no appearance of disorder except for the door having been left partly open, that the snow, drifting in, had blocked up the threshold. I returned to the carriage, and the sudden change from light to darkness at first blinded me. When I recovered my sight, eternal God of this lawless world, O supreme death,
I will not disturb thy silent reign, nor mar my tale with fruitless exclamations of horror. I saw Idris, who had fallen from the seat to the bottom of the carriage. Her head, its long hair pendant, with one arm hung over the side. Struck by a spasm of horror, I lifted her up. Her heart was pulseless, her faded lips unfanned by the slightest breath. I carried her into the cottage. I placed her on the bed, and lighting a fire, I chafed her stiffening limbs. For 2 long hours I sought to restore departed life, and when hope was as dead as my beloved, I closed with my trembling hands her glazed eyes. I did not doubt what I should do now. In the confusion intent on my illness, the task of interring our darling Alfred had devolved on his grandmother, the ex-queen, and she, true to her ruling passion, had caused him to be carried to Windsor and buried in the family vault in St. George's chapel. I must proceed to Windsor to calm the anxiety of Clara, who would wait anxiously for us, and yet I would fain spare her the heartbreaking spectacle of Idris, brought in by me lifeless from this journey. So first I would place my beloved beside her child in the vault, and then seek the poor children who would be expecting me. I lighted the lamps of my carriage, I wrapped her in furs, and placed her along the seat, and then taking the reins made the horses go forward. We proceeded through the snow, which lay in masses impeding the way, while the descending flakes, driving against me with redoubled fury, blinded me. The pain occasioned by the angry elements, and the cold iron of shafts of frost which buffeted me and entered my aching flesh, were a relief to me, blunting my mental suffering. The horses staggered on, and the reins hung loosely in my hands. I often thought that I would lay my head close to the sweet cold face of my lost angel, and thus resign myself to conquering torpor. Yet I must not leave her a prey to the fowls of the air, but in pursuance of my determination place her in the tomb of her forefathers, where a merciful God might permit me to rest also. The road we passed through Egham was the familiar to me, but the wind and snow caused the horses to drag their loads slowly and heavily. Suddenly the wind veered from southwest to west, and then again to northwest. As Samson with tug and strain stirred from their bases the columns that supported the Philistine temple, so did the gale shake the dense vapors propped on the horizon, while the massy dome of clouds fell to the south, disclosing through the scattered web the clear empyrean, and the little stars which were set at an immeasurable distance in their crystalline fields showered their small rays on the glittering snow. Even the horses were cheered and moved on with renovated strength. We entered the forest at Bishopgate, and at the end of the long walk I saw the castle, the proud keep of Windsor, rising in the majesty of proportion, girt with a double belt of its kindred and coval towers. I looked with reverence on a structure ancient almost as the rock on which it stood, abode of kings, theme of admiration for the wise. With greater reverence and tearful affection, I beheld it as the asylum of the long lease of love I had enjoyed there with a perishable, unmatchable treasure of dust which now lay cold beside me. Now indeed I could have yielded to all the softness of my nature and wept, and womanlike have endured bitter plaints, while the familiar trees, the herds of living deer, the sward oft pressed by her fairy feet, one by one with sad association presented themselves. The white gate at the end of the long walk was wide open, and I rode up the empty town through the first gate of the feudal tower, and now St. George's Chapel, with its blackened, fretted sides, was right before me. I halted at its door, which was open. I entered, and placed my lighted lamp on the altar, and then I returned, and with tender caution I bore Idris up the aisle onto the chancel, and laid her softly down on the carpet which covered the step leading to the communion table. The banners of the knights were the garter, and their half-drawn swords were hung in vain emblazonry above the stalls. The banner of her family hung there, still surmounted by its regal crown. Farewell to the glory and heraldry of England. I turned from such vanity with a slight feeling of wonder at how mankind could have ever been interested in such things. I bent over the lifeless corpse of my beloved,
and while looking on her uncovered face, the features already contracted by the rigidity of death, I felt as if all the visible universe had grown as soulless, inane, and comfortless as the clay-cold image beneath me. I felt for a moment the intolerable sense of struggle with and the detestation for the laws which govern the world, till the calm still visible on the face of my dead love recalled me to a more soothing tone of mind, and I proceeded to fulfill the last office that could now be paid her. For her I could not lament, so much I envied her enjoyment of the sad immunities of the grave. The vault had been lately opened to place our Alfred therein. The ceremony customary in these latter days had been curiously performed, and the pavement of the chapel, which was its entrance, having been removed, had not been replaced. I descended the steps and walked through the long passage to the large vault which contained the kindred dust of my Idris. I distinguished the small coffin of my babe, and with hasty, trembling hands I constructed a bier beside it, spreading it with the furs and Indian shawls which had wrapped Idris in her journey thither. I lighted the glimmering lamp which flickered in this damp abode of the dead, and I bore my lost one to her last bed, decently composing her limbs and covering them with a mantle, veiling all except her face, which remained lovely and placid. She appeared to rest like one overwearied, her beauteous eyes steeped in sweet slumber, and yet so it was not. She was dead. How intensely I then longed to lie down beside her, to gaze till death should come gather me to the same repose. But death does not come at the bidding of the miserable. I had lately recovered from such mortal illness, and my blood had never flowed with such an even current, nor had my limbs ever been so instinct with quick life as now. I felt that my death must be voluntary, and yet what was more natural than famine, as I watched in this chamber of mortality, placed in a world of the dead, beside the lost hope of my life? Meanwhile, as I looked on her, the features which bore a sisterly resemblance to Adrian brought my thoughts back again to the living, to this dear friend, to Clara, and to Evelyn, who were probably now in Windsor, waiting anxiously for our arrival. Methought I heard a noise, a step in the far chapel, which was re-echoed by its vaulted roof, and borne to me through the hollow passages. Had Clara seen my carriage pass up the town? And did she seek me here? I must save her at least from the horrible scene the vault presented. I sprung up the steps, and then saw a female figure bent with age, and clad in long mourning robes, advance through the dusky chapel, supported by a slender cane, and yet tottering, even with this effort. She heard me, and I looked up. The lamp I held illuminated my figure, and the moonbeams, struggling through the painted glass, fell upon her face, wrinkled and gaunt, yet with a piercing eye and commanding brow. I recognized the Countess of Windsor. With a hollow voice she asked, "Where's the princess?" I pointed to the torn-up pavement. She walked to the spot and looked down into the palpable darkness. The vault was too distant for the rays of the small lamp I had left there to be discernible. "Your light," she said, and I gave it to her, and she regarded the now visible but precipitous steps, as if calculating her capacity to descend. Instinctively I made a silent offer of my assistance, which she motioned away with a look of scorn, saying in a harsh voice as she pointed downwards, "There at least may I have heard undisturbed." She walked deliberately down, while I, overcome, miserable beyond words or tears or groans, threw myself on the pavement near. The stiffening form of Idris was before me, the death-struck countenance hushed in eternal repose beneath. That was to me the end of all. The day before I had figured to myself various adventures and communion with my friends in after time. Now I had leapt the interval, and reached the utmost edge and bourne of life. Thus wrapped in gloom and closed, walled up, vaulted over by the omnipotent present, I was startled by the sound of feet on the steps of the tomb, and I remember whom I had utterly forgotten. My angry visitant. Her tall form slowly rose upwards from the vault, a living statue, instinct with hate and human passionate strife. She seemed to me as having reached the pavement of the aisle, and she stood motionless, seeking with her eyes alone some desired object. Still, perceiving me close to her, placed her wrinkled hand on my arm, exclaiming with tremulous accents, "Lionel Verney, my son!" This name, applied at such a moment by my angel's mother, instilled into me more respect than I had ever felt before for this disdainful lady. I bowed my head and kissed her shriveled hand, and remarking that she trembled violently, supported her to the end of the chancel, where she sat on the steps that led to the regal hall. She suffered herself to be led, and still holding my hand, she leaned her head back against the stall, while the moonbeams, tinged with various color by the painted glass, fell on her glistening eyes. Aware of her weakness, again calling to mind her long-cherished dignity, she dashed the tears away, and yet they fell fast, as she said, for excuse, "She's so beautiful and placid, even in death. No harsh feeling ever clouded her serene brow. How did I treat her? Wounding her gentle heart with a savage coldness. I had no compassion on me in past years. Does she forgive me now? Little does it boot to talk of repentance and forgiveness to the dead, but had I during her life once consulted her gentle wishes, and curbed my rugged nature to do her pleasure, I should not feel thus." Idris and her mother were alike in person. The dark hair, deep-set black eyes, and prominent features of the ex-queen were in entire contrast to the golden tresses, blue orbs, and soft lines and contour of her daughter's countenance. Yet in latter days illness had taken from my poor girl the full outline of her face, and reduced it to the inflexible shape of bone beneath. In the form of her brow and her oval chin there was to be found a resemblance to her mother. Nay, in some moods their gestures were not unlike, nor, having lived so long together, was this wonder. There is a magic power in resemblance. When one we love dies, we hope to see them in another state, and half expect that the agency of mind will inform its new garb in its imitation of its decayed earthly vesture. But these are ideas of the mind only. We know that the instrument is shivered, the sensible image lies in miserable fragments, dissolved to dusty nothingness. A look, a gesture, or the fashioning of the limbs similar to the dead in a living person, touches a thrilling chord, whose sacred harmony is felt in the heart's dearest recess. Strangely moved, prostrate before the spectral image, and enslaved by the force of blood manifested in likeness of look and movement, I remained trembling in the presence of the harsh, proud, and till now unloved mother of Idris. Poor, mistaken woman! In her tenderest mood before, she'd cherished the idea that a word, a look of reconciliation from her, would be received with joy and repay long years of severity. Now that the time was gone for the exercise of such power, she fell at once upon the thorny truth of things, and felt that neither smile nor caress could penetrate to the unconscious state, or influence the happiness of her who lay in the vault beneath. This conviction, together with the remembrance of soft replies to bitter speeches, of gentle looks repaying angry glances, the perception of the falsehood, paltriness, and futility of her cherished dreams of birth and power, the overpowering knowledge that love and life were the true emperors of our mortal state, all as a tide rose and filled her soul with stormy and bewildering confusion. It fell to my lot to come as the influential power, to allay the fierce tossing of these tumultuous waves. I spoke to her. I led her to reflect how happy Idris really had been, and how her virtues and numerous excellencies had found scope and estimation in her past career. I praised her, the idol of my heart's dear worship, the admired type of feminine perfection. With ardent and overflowing eloquence, I relieved my heart from its burden, and awoke to the sense of a new pleasure in life as I poured forth the funeral-like eulogy. Then I referred to Adrian, her loved brother, and to her surviving child. I declared, which I had before almost forgotten, what my duties were with regards to these valued portions of herself, and bade the melancholy repentant mother reflect how she could best expiate unkindness towards the dead by a redoubled love of her survivors. Consoling her, my own sorrows were assuaged, my sincerity won her total conviction. She turned to me. The hard, inflexible, persecuting woman turned with a mild expression of face and said, "If our beloved angel sees us now, it'll delight her to find that I do you even tawdry justice. You were worthy of her, and from my heart I'm glad that you won her away from me. Pardon, my son, the many wrongs I've done you. Forget my bitter words and unkind treatment. Govern me as you will." I seized this docile moment to propose our departure from the church. "First, let us replace the pavement above the vault." We drew near to it. "Shall we look on her again?" "I cannot, and I pray you neither do you. We need not torture ourselves by gazing on the soulless body while her living spirit is buried quickly in our hearts, and her surpassing loveliness is so deeply carved there that, sleeping or waking, she must be ever present to us." For a few moments we bent in solemn silence over the open vault. I consecrated my future life to the embalming of her dear memory. I vowed to serve her brother and her child till death. The convulsive sob of my companion made me break off my internal orisons. I next dragged the stones over the entrance of the tomb and closed the gulf that contained the life of my life. And then, supporting my decrepit fellow mourner, we slowly left the chapel. I felt, as I stepped into the open air, as if I had quitted a happy nest of repose for a dreary wilderness, a tortuous path, a bitter, joyless, hopeless pilgrimage. Okay, folks, clearly I am not going to push all the way through, the 10 chapters remaining in this? In fact, I'm not even sure that I can make it 2 more chapters to get through chapter 5. What I do know is I am likely, if I rest my voice correctly, I am likely to be able to at least make it through chapter 4, so we only have 5 chapters to finish next week. Ugh. Yeah, it says there's about 330 pages left in my little reader here. So let us see if we can get through chapter 4. And if my voice fails me, you'll get a little creaky. You'll get a little creakiness near the end. Chapter 4. Our escort had been directed to prepare our abode for the night at the inn, opposite the ascent to the castle. We could not again visit the halls and familiar chambers of our home on a mere visit. We have already left forever the glades of Windsor and all of coppice, flowery hedgerow and murmuring stream, which gave shape and intensity to the love of our country, and the almost superstitious attachment with which we regarded native England. It had been our intention to have called at Lucy's dwelling in Datchet, and to have reassured her with promises of aid and protection before we repaired to our quarters for the night.
Now, as the Countess of Windsor and I turned down the steep hill that led from the castle, we saw the children, who had just stopped in their caravan at the inn door. They had passed through Datchet without halting. I dreaded to meet them and to be the bearer of my tragic story, so while they were still occupied in the hurry of arrival, I suddenly left them, and through the snow and clear moonlight air, hastened upon the well-known road to Datchet. Well known indeed it was. Each cottage stood on its accustomed site, each tree wore its familiar appearance. Habited graven unerasably on my memory, every turn and change of object on the road. At a short distance beyond the little park was an elm half blown down by a storm some 10 years ago, and still with leafless, snow-laden branches it stretched across the pathway, which wound through a meadow, beside a shallow brook, whose brawling was silenced by frost. That stile, that white gate, that hollow oak tree, which doubtless once belonged to the forest, and which now showed in the moonlight its gaping rent, to those to whose fanciful appearance, tricked out by the dusk into a resemblance of a human form, these children had given the name of Falstaff. All these objects were as well known to me as the cold hearth of my deserted home, and every moss-grown wall and plot of orchard ground, alike as twin lambs are to each other in a stranger's eye, yet to my accustomed gaze bore differences, distinction, and a name. England remained, though England was dead. It was the ghost of merry England that I beheld, under those greenwood shade passing generations, had sported in security and ease. To this painful recognition of familiar places was added a feeling experienced by all, understood by none, a feeling that as if in some state, less visionary than a dream, in some past real existence, I had seen all I saw, with precisely the same feelings as I now beheld them, as if all my sensations were the duplex mirror of a former relevation. To get rid of this oppressive sense, I strove to imagine change in this tranquil spot. This augmented my mood, by causing me to bestow more attention on the objects which occasioned me pain. I reached Datchet and Lucy's humble abode, once noisy with Saturday night revellers, or trim and neat on a Sunday morning. It had borne testimony to the labours and orderly habits of the housewife. The snow lay high above the door, as if it had remained unclosed for many days. What scene of death hath Roscius now to act? I muttered to myself as I looked at the dark casements. At first I thought I saw a light in one of them, but it proved to merely be the refraction of the moonbeams, while the only sound was the crackling branches as the breeze whirred the snowflakes from them. The moon sailed high and unclouded in the interminable ether, while the shadow of the cottage lay black on the garden behind. I entered this by the open wicket, and anxiously examined each window. At length I detected a ray of light struggling through a closed shutter in one of the upper rooms. It was a novel feeling, alas, to look at any house and say there dwells its usual inmate. The door of the house was merely on the latch, so I entered and ascended the moonlit staircase. The door of the inhabited room was ajar. Looking in, I saw Lucy sitting as at work at the table on which the light stood. The implements of needlework were about her, but her hand had fallen on her lap, and her eyes, fixed on the ground, showed by their vacancy that her thoughts wandered. Traces of care and watching had diminished her former attractions, but her simple dress and cap, her desponding attitude, and the single candle that cast its light upon her, gave for a moment a picturesque grouping to the whole. A fearful reality recalled me from the thought. A figure lay stretched on the bed, covered by a sheet. Her mother was dead, and Lucy, apart from all the world, deserted and alone, watched beside the corpse during the weary night. I entered the room, and my unexpected appearance at first drew a scream from the lone survivor of a dead nation, but she recognized me and recovered herself with the quick exercise of self-control habitual to her. "Did you not expect me?" I asked, in that low voice which the presence of the dead makes us, as it were, instinctively assume.
"You were very good to have come yourself. I can never thank you sufficiently, but it's too late.
Too late? Cried I. What do you mean? It's not too late to take you from this deserted place and conduct you to... My own loss, which I had forgotten as I spoke, now made me turn away while choking grief impeded my speech. I threw open the window and looked on the cold, waning, ghastly, misshaped circle on high and the chill, white earth beneath. Did the spirit of sweet Idris sail along the moon-frozen crystal air? No. No, a more genial atmosphere, a lovelier habitation was surely hers. I indulged in this meditation for a moment, and then addressed the mourner who stood leaning against the bed with that expression of resigned despair, of complete misery, and a patient sufferance of it, which is far more touching than any of the insane ravings or wild gesticulation of untamed sorrow. I desired to draw her from this spot, but she opposed my wish. That class of persons whose imagination and sensibility have never been taken out of the narrow circle immediately in view, if they possess these qualities to any extent, are apt to pour their influence into the very realities which appear to destroy them, and to cling to these with double tenacity from not being able to comprehend anything beyond. And thus Lucy, in deserted England, in a dead world, wished to fulfill the usual ceremonies of the dead, such as were customary to the English country people, where death was a rare visitant, and gave us time to receive his dreaded usurpation with pomp and circumstance, going forth in procession to deliver the keys of the tomb into his conquering hand. She had already, alone as she was, accomplished some of these, and the work on which I found her employed was her mother's shroud. My heart sickened at such detail of woe, which a female can endure, but which is more painful to the masculine spirit than the deadliest struggle or throes of unutterable but transient agony. This must not be, I told her. And then, as further inducement, I communicated to her my recent loss, and gave her the idea that she must come with me to take charge of the orphan children, whom the death of Idris had deprived of a mother's care. Lucy never resisted the call of a duty, and so she yielded. Closing the casements and doors with care, she accompanied me back to Windsor. As we went, she communicated to me the occasion of her mother's death. Either by some mischance she had gotten sight of Lucy's letter to Idris, or she had overheard a conversation with the countryman who bore it. However it might be, she obtained a knowledge of the appalling situation of herself and her daughter. Her aged frame could not sustain the anxiety and horror this discovery instilled. She concealed her knowledge from Lucy, but brooded over it through sleepless nights, till fever and delirium, swift forerunners of death, disclosed the secret. Her life, which had long been hovering on its extinction, now yielded at once to the unlimited effects of misery and sickness, and that same morning she had died. After the tumultuous emotions of the day, I was glad to find on my arrival at the inn that my companions had retired to rest. I gave Lucy in charge to the Countess's attendant, and then sought repose from my various struggles and impatient regrets. For a few moments the events of the day floated in disastrous pageant through my brain, till sleep bathed it in forgiveness. When morning dawned and I awoke, it seemed as if my slumber had endured for years. My companions had not shared my oblivion. Clara's swollen eyes showed that she had passed the night in weeping. The Countess looked haggard and wan. Her firm spirit had not found relief in tears, and she suffered the more from all the painful retrospect and agonizing regret that now occupied her. We had departed from Windsor as soon as the burial rites had been performed for Lucy's mother, and urged on by an impatient desire to change the scene, went forward towards Dover with speed, our escort having gone before to provide horses. Finding them either in the warm stables they instinctively sought during the cold weather, or standing shivering in the bleak fields ready to surrender their liberty in exchange for offered corn. During our ride the Countess recounted to me the extraordinary circumstances which had brought her so strangely to my side in the chancel of St. George's Chapel. When she had last taken leave of Idris, as she looked anxiously on her faded person and pallid countenance, she had suddenly been visited by a conviction as she saw her for the last time. It was hard to part with her while under the dominion of this sentiment, and for the last time she endeavored to persuade her daughter to commit herself to her nursing, permitting me to join Adrian. Idris mildly refused, and thus they separated.
The idea that they should never again meet grew on the Countess's mind and haunted her perpetually. 1,000 times she'd resolved to turn back and join us, and was again and again restrained by the pride and anger of which she was the slave. Proud of heart as she was, she bathed her pillow with nightly tears, and through the day was subdued by nervous agitation and expectation of the dreaded event, which she was wholly incapable of curbing. She confessed that at this period her hatred of me knew no bounds, since she considered me the sole obstacle to the fulfilment of her dearest wish, that of attending upon her daughter in her last moments. She desired to express her fears to her son, and to seek consolation from his sympathy with, or courage from his rejection of, her auguries. On the first day of her arrival at Dover, she walked with him on the sea beach, and the timidity characteristic of his passionate and exaggerated feeling was, by degrees, bringing the conversation to the desired point, when she could communicate her fears to him. When the messenger who bore my letter announcing our temporary return to Windsor came riding down to them, he gave some oral account of how he had left us, and added, notwithstanding the cheerfulness and good courage of Lady Idris, he was afraid that she would hardly reach Windsor alive. "True," said the Countess. "Your fears are just. She's about to expire." As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on a tomb-like hollow of the cliff, and she averred the same to me, with solemnity, Idris pacing slowly toward this cave. She was turned from her. Her head was bent down. Her white dress was such as she was accustomed to wear, except that a thin cape-like veil covered her golden tresses, and concealed her as a dim, transparent mist. She looked dejected, as, docilely yielding to a commanding power, she submissively entered, and was lost in the dark recess. "Were I subject to visionary moods," said the venerable lady as she continued her narrative, "I might have doubted my eyes, but condemned my credulity. But reality is the world I live in, and what I saw I doubt had not existence beyond itself. From that moment I could not rest. It was worth my existence to see her once again before she died. I knew that I should not accomplish this, but yet I must endeavor. I immediately departed for Windsor, and though I was assured that we travelled speedily, it seemed to me that our progress was snail-like. The delays were created solely for my annoyance. Still I accused you, and heaped on your head the fiery ashes of my burning impatience. It was no disappointment, though an agonizing pang, when you pointed to her last abode. In words would ill express the abhorrence I felt toward you, the triumphant impediment to my dearest wishes. I saw her, and anger and hate and injustice died at her bier, giving place at their departure to a remorse, God, that I should feel it, which must last while memory and feeling endure. To medicine such remorse, to prevent awakening love and newborn mildness from producing the same bitter fruit that all hate and harshness had done, I devoted all my endeavors to soothe the venerable patient. Our party was a melancholy one. Each was possessed by a regret for what was his remediless. For the absence of his mother shadowed even the giant infant gaiety of evil. Added to this was the prospect of the uncertain future. For the final accomplishment of any great voluntary change, the mind vacillates, now soothing itself by fervent expectation, now recoiling from obstacles which never seem to have presented themselves with before so frightful an aspect. An involuntary tremor ran through me when I thought that in another day we might have crossed the watery barrier and set forward on that hopeless, interminable, sad wandering, which but a short time before I regarded as the only relief to sorrow that our situation afforded. Our approach to Dover was announced by the loud roarings of the wintry sea. They were borne miles inland by the sound-laden blast, and by the unaccustomed uproar imparted a feeling of insecurity and peril to our stable abode. At first we hardly permitted ourselves to think that any unusual eruption of nature caused this tremendous war of air and water. Rather we fancied that what we were merely listening to was what we'd heard 1,000 times before.
When we'd watch the flock of fleece-crowned waves, driven by the winds, come to lament and die on the barren sands and pointed rocks. But we found upon advancing further that Dover was overflowed. Many of the houses were overthrown by the surges which filled the streets, and with hideous brawling sometimes retreated, leaving the pavement of the town bare. Till again they hurried forward by the influx of the ocean, till they were returned with thunder sound to their usurped station. Hardly less disturbed than the tempestuous world of waters was the assembly of human beings, that from the cliff fearfully watched its ravings. On the morning of the arrival of the emigrants under the conduct of Adrian, the sea had been serene, glassy. The slight ripples reflected the sunbeams, which shed their radiance through the clear blue frosty air. The placid appearance of nature was hailed as good augury for the voyage, and the chief immediately repaired to the harbor to examine 2 steamboats who were moored there. On the following midnight, when all were at rest, a frightful storm of wind and clattering rain and hail first disturbed them, and the voice of one shrieking in the streets that the sleeper must awake or they'd be drowned. And when they rushed out, half clothed, to discover the meaning of this alarm, they found that the tide, rising above every mark, was rushing into town. They ascended the cliff, but the darkness permitted only the white crest of the waves to be seen, while the roaring wind mingled its howlings in dire accord with the wild surges. This awful hour of night, the utter inexperience of many who had never seen the sea before, and the wailing of women and cries of children added to the horror of the tumult. All the following day the same scene continued. When the tide ebbed, the town was left dry, but on its flow it rose even higher than on the preceding night. The vast ships that lay rotting in the roads were whirled from their anchorage, and driven and jammed against the cliff. The vessels in the harbor were flung on land like seaweed, and there battered to pieces by the breakers. The waves dashed against the cliffs. Waves dashed against the cliff, which, if in any place it had been before loosened, now gave way, and the affrighted crowd saw vast fragments of the near earth fall with crash and roar into the deep. This sight operated differently on different persons. The greater part thought it a judgment of God to prevent or punish our emigration from our native land. Many were doubly eager to quit a nook of ground now become their prison, which appeared unable to resist the inroads of ocean's giant waves. Hang on, I'm easily distracted. There we go. When we arrived at Dover after a fatiguing day's journey, we all required rest and sleep. But the scene acting around us soon drove away such ideas. We were drawn, along with the greater part of our companions, to the edge of the cliff, there to listen to and make 1,000 conjectures. A fog narrowed our horizon to about 1/4 of a mile, and the misty veil, cold and dense, enveloped sky and sea in equal obscurity. What added to our inquietude was the disturbance that 2/3 of our original number were now waiting for us in Paris, and clinging, as we did now, most painfully to any addition to our melancholy remnant. This division, with a tameless impassable ocean between, struck us with affright. At length, after loitering for several hours on the cliff, we retired to Dover Castle, whose roof sheltered all who breathed the English air, and sought the sleep necessary to restore the strength and courage to our worn frames and languid spirits. Early in the morning Adrian brought me the welcome intelligence that the wind had changed. It had been southwest, now it was northeast. The sky was stripped bare of clouds by the increasing gale, while the tide at its ebb seceded entirely from the town. The change of wind rather increased the fury of the sea, but it altered its late dusky hue to a bright green, and in spite of its unmitigated clamor, its more cheerful appearance instilled hope and pleasure. All day we watched the raging of the mountainous waves, and towards sunset a desire to decipher the promise for the morrow at its setting made us all gather with one accord on the edge of the cliff. When the mighty luminary approached within a few degrees of the tempest-tossed horizon, suddenly a wonder, 3 other suns, alike in their burning and brilliance, rushed from various quarters of the heavens toward the great orb, and they whirled around it. The glare of light was intense to our dazzled eyes. The sun itself seemed to join in the dance, while the sea burned like a furnace, like all Vesuvius alight, with flowing lava beneath. The horses broke loose from their stalls in terror. A herd of cattle, panic-struck, raced down to the brink of the cliff, and, blinded by light, plunged down with frightful yells in the waves below. The time was occupied by the apparition of these meteors was comparatively short. Suddenly the three mock suns united in one and plunged into the sea. A few seconds afterwards, a deafening, watery sound came up with an awful peal from the spot where they disappeared. Meanwhile, the sun, disencumbered from its strange satellites, paced with its accustomed majesty toward its western home. When we dared not trust our eyes late dazzled, but it seemed that the sea rose to meet it. It mounted higher and higher till the fiery globe was obscured, and the wall of water still ascended the horizon. It appeared suddenly, as if the motion of earth was revealed to us, as if no longer were we ruled by ancient laws, but we returned adrift in an unknown region of space. Many cried aloud that these were no meteors, but globes of burning matter, which had set fire to the earth and caused the vast cauldron at our feet to bubble up with its measureless waves. The day of judgment has come, they affirmed, and a few moments would transport us before the awful countenance of the omnipotent judge, while those less given to visionary terrors declared the two conflicting gales that occasioned the last phenomenon. In support of this opinion, they pointed out that the east wind died away, while the rushing of the coming west mingled its wild howl with the roar of the advancing waters. Would the cliff resist this new battery? Was not the giant wave far higher than the precipice? Would not our little island be deluged by its approach? The crowd of spectators fled. They were dispersed over the fields, stopping now and then and looking back in terror. A sublime sense of awe calmed the swift pulsations in my heart. I awaited the approach of the destruction menaced, with that solemn resignation which an unavoidable necessity instills. The ocean every moment assumed a more terrific aspect, while the twilight was dimmed by the rack which the west wind spread over the sky. By slow degrees, however, as the wave advanced, it took on a more mild appearance. Some undercurrent of air or obstruction in the bed of the waters checked its progress, and it sank gradually, while the surface of the sea became uniformly higher as it dissolved into it. This change took from us the fear of an immediate catastrophe, although we were still anxious as to the final result. We continued during the whole night to watch the fury of the sea and the pace of driving clouds, through whose openings the rare stars rushed tempestuously. The thunder of conflicting elements deprived us all of power to sleep. This endured ceaselessly for 3 days and nights. The stoutest hearts quailed before the savage enmity of nature. Provisions began to fail us, though everyday foraging parties were dispersed to the nearer towns. In vain we schooled ourselves into the belief that there was nothing out of the common order of nature in the strife we witnessed. Our disastrous and overwhelming destiny had turned the best of us to cowards. Death had hunted us through the course of many months, even to the narrow strip of time on which we now stood. Narrow indeed, and buffeted by storms was our footway, overhanging the great sea of calamity. As an unsheltered northern shore is shaken by the wintry wave, and frequent storms for evermore, while from the west the loud winds rave, or from the east the warm mountains hoar, the struck and tottering sandbank lay. It required more than human energy to bear up against the menaces of destruction that everywhere surrounded us. Oh, sorry about that. After the lapse of 3 days, the gale died away. The seagull sailed upon the calm bosom of the windless atmosphere, and the last yellow leaf on the topmost branch of the oak hung without motion. The sea no longer broke with fury, but a swell settling in steadily for shore, with long sweep and sullen burst, replaced the roar of the breakers. Yet we derived hope from the change, and we did not doubt that after the interval of a few days, the sea would resume its tranquillity. The sunset of the 4th day favored this idea. It was clear and golden. As we gazed on the purple sea, Radiant beneath, we were attracted by a novel spectacle. A dark speck, as it neared visibly a boat, rode on top of the waves, every now and then lost in the steep valleys between. We marked its course with eager questionings, and when we saw that it was evidently made for shore, we descended to the only practicable landing space and hoisted a signal to direct them. By the help of glasses, we distinguished a crew. It consisted of 9 men, Englishmen, belonging in truth to the 2 divisions of our people, who had preceded us and had been for several weeks at Paris. As countrymen was wont to meet countrymen in distant lands, did we greet our visitors on their landing with outstretched hands and gladsome welcome. They were slow to reciprocate our gratulations. They looked angry and resentful, not less than the chafed sea which they had traversed with him in peril, though apparently more displeased with each other than with us. It was strange to see these human beings who appeared to be given forth by the earth like rare and inestimable plants, full of towering passion, the spirit of angry contest. Their first demand was to be conducted to the Lord Protector of England, so they called Adrian, though he had long discarded the empty title, as a bitter mockery of the shadow to which the protectorship was now reduced. They were speedily led to Dover Castle, from whose keep Adrian had watched the movements of the boat. He received them with interest and wonder so strange a visitation created. In the confusion occasioned by their angry demands for precedence, it was long before we could discover the secret meaning of this strange scene. By degrees, from the furious declamations of one, fierce interruptions of another, and the bitter scoffs of a third, we found that there were deputies from our colony at Paris, from 3 parties there from 3 parties there formed, who, with each a angry rivalry, tried to attain a superiority over the other 2. These deputies had been dispatched by them to Adrian, who had been selected arbiter, and they had journeyed from Paris to Calais, through the vacant towns and desolate country, indulging the while violent hatred against each other, and now they pleaded their several causes with unmitigated party spirit. By examining the deputies apart, and after much investigation, we learnt the true state of things in Paris. Since Parliament had elected him Roland's deputy, all the surviving English had submitted to Adrian. He was our captain, to lead us from our native soil to unknown lands, our lawgiver and our preserver. On the first arrangement of our scheme of emigration, no continued separation of our members was contemplated, and the command of the whole body and gradual ascent of power at its apex in the Earl of Windsor. But unforeseen circumstances changed our plans for us, and occasioned the greater part of our numbers to be divided for the space of nearly 2 months from their supreme chief. They had gone over in 2 distinct bodies, and on their arrival at Paris, dissension arose between them. They had found Paris a desert. When the plague first appeared, the return of travelers and merchants, and communication by letter, informed us regularly of the ravages made by the disease on the continent. But with the increased mortality, this intercourse declined and ceased. Even in England itself, communication from one part of the island to the other became slow and rare. No vessel stemmed the flood that divided Calais from Dover, or if it was some melancholy voyager wishing to assure himself of the life or death of his relatives, put from the French shore to return among us, often the greedy ocean swallowed his little craft, or after a day or 2 was infected by a disorder, and died before he could tell the tale of the desolation of France. Oh, bless you, kitty. Dusty in here, isn't it? Desolation of France, that's where we were. We were therefore to a great degree ignorant of the state of things on the continent, and were not without some vague hope of finding numerous companions on its wide track. For the same causes that had so fearfully diminished the English nation had even greater scope for mischief in the sister land. In Paris, France was a blank. During the long line of road from Calais to Paris, not one human was found. In Paris there were a few, perhaps 100, who, resigned to their coming fate, flitted about the streets of the capital and assembled to converse of past times with that vivacity and even gaiety that seldom deserts the individuals of this nation. All here says Gesundheit, Magnus.
It's like, oh, thank you. Very good.
good to see you all here. I didn't know you were living there. Actually, I haven't been keeping a very close eye on who's watching and who's not. Usually I'm a little more on the ball there. Where was I? The English took uncontested possession of Paris. Its high houses and narrow streets were lifeless. A few pale figures were to be distinguished at the accustomed resort of the Tuileries. They wondered wherefore the islanders should approach their ill-fated city, for in the excess of wretchedness, the sufferers always imagine that their part of the calamity is the bitterest, as when enduring intense pain, we would exchange the particular torture we writhe under for any other which we should visit a different part of the frame. They listened to the account the emigrants gave of their motives for leaving their native land, and with a shrug of almost disdain, "Return," they said, "return to your island, whose sea breezes and division from the continent gives you some promise of health. If pestilence among you has slain its hundreds, with us it's slain its thousands. Are you not even now more numerous than we are? A year ago you would have found only the sick burying the dead. Now we are the happier, for the pang of struggle has passed away, and the few you find here are patiently waiting the final blow. But you, who are not content to die, breathe no longer the air of France, for soon you'll only be a part of her soil." Thus, by menaces of the sword, they would have been driven back. It would have driven back those who had escaped from fire. But the peril left behind was deemed imminent by my countrymen, that before them, doubtful and distant, and soon other feelings arose to obliterate fear, or to replace it by passions that ought to have had no place among a brotherhood of unhappy survivors of the expiring world. The more numerous division of emigrants, which arrived first at Paris, assumed a superiority of rank and power. The second party asserted their independence, and a third was formed by a sectarian, a self-erected prophet, who, while he attributed all power and rule to God, strove to get the real command of his comrades into his own hands. This third division consisted of the fewest individuals, but their purpose was their obedience to their lawyer more entire, their fortitude and courage more unyielding and active. During the whole progress of the plague, the teachers of religion were in possession of a great power, a power of good if rightly directed, or of incalculable mischief if fanaticism or intolerance guided their efforts. Incalculable mischief is a good phrase to describe the past 2 years. Might keep that one. In the present instance, a worse feeling than either of these actuated the leader. He was an impostor in the most determined sense of the term, a man who had in early life lost, through the indulgence of vicious propensities, all sense of rectitude or self-esteem, and who, when ambition was awakened in him, gave himself up to its influence, unbridled by any scruple. His father had been a Methodist preacher, an enthusiastic man with simple intentions, but whose pernicious doctrines of election and special grace had contributed to destroy all conscientious feeling in his son. During the progress of the pestilence, he had entered upon various schemes by which to acquire adherents and power. Adrian discovered and defeated these attempts, but Adrian was absent, and so the wolf assumed the shepherd's guard, and the flock admitted the deception. He had formed a party during the few weeks he had been in Paris, who zealously propagated the creed of his divine mission, and believed that safety and salvation were to be afforded only to those who put their trust in him. When once the spirit of dissension had arisen, the most frivolous cases gave it activity. The first party, on arriving at Paris, had taken possession of the Tuileries. Chance and friendly feeling had induced the second to lodge near them. A contest arose concerning the distribution of the pillage. The chiefs of the first division demanded the whole should be placed at their disposal. With this assumption, the opposite party refused to comply. When next the latter went on to forage, the gates of Paris were shut on them. After overcoming this difficulty, they marched in a body to the Tuileries. They found that their enemies had already been expelled thence by the elect, as the fanatical party designated themselves, who refused to admit any into the palace who did not first abjure obedience to all except God and his delegate on earth, their chief.
Such was the beginning of the strife, which at length proceeded so far that three divisions, armed, met in the place of Vendôme, each resolved to subdue by force the resistance of its adversaries. They assembled, their muskets were loaded, and even pointed at the breasts of their so-called enemies. One word had been sufficient, and there the last of mankind would have burthened their souls with the crime of murder and dipped their hands in each other's blood. A sense of shame, a recollection that not only their cause, but the existence of the whole human race was at stake, entered the breast of the leader of the more numerous party. He was aware that if the ranks were thinned, no other recruits could fill them up. Each man was as priceless a gem, and a kingly crown which, if destroyed, the earth's deep entrails could yield no paragon. He was a young man. He'd been hurried on by presumption and the notion of his high rank and superiority to all other pretenders. Now he repented his work. He felt that all the blood about to be shed would be on his head. With sudden impulse, therefore, he spurred his horse between the bands, and having fixed a white handkerchief on the point of his uplifted sword, thus demanded parley. The opposite leaders obeyed this signal, and he spoke with warmth. He reminded them of the oath of all the chiefs had taken to submit to the Lord Protector. He declared their present meeting to be an act of treason and mutiny. He allowed that he'd been hurried away by passion, but that a cooler moment had arrived, and he proposed that each party should send deputies to the Earl of Windsor, inviting his interference and offering submission to his decision. His offer was accepted so far that each leader consented to command a retreat, and moreover agreed that after the approbation of their several parties had been consulted, they should meet that night on some neutral spot to ratify the truce. On the meeting of the chiefs, this plan was finally concluded upon. The leader of the fanatics indeed refused to admit the arbitration of Adrian. He sent ambassadors rather than deputies to assert his claim, not plead his cause. The truce was to continue until the 1st of February, when the bands were again to assemble on the place of Vendôme. It was of the utmost consequence that Adrian should arrive in Paris by that day, since a hair might turn the scale, and peace, scared away by intestine brawls, might only return to watch by the silent dead. It was now the 28th of January. Every vessel stationed near Dover had been beaten to pieces and destroyed by the furious storms I have commemorated. Our journey, however, would admit of no delay. That very night, Adrian and I and 12 others, either friends or attendants, put off from the English shore in the boat that had brought over the deputies. We all took our turn at the oar, and the immediate occasion of our departure afforded us abundant matter for conjecture, and discourse prevented the feeling that we were leaving our native country, depopulate England, for the last time, to enter deeply into the minds of the greater part of our number. It was a serene, starlit night, and the dark line of the English coast continued for some line visible at intervals, as we rose on the broad back of the waves. I exerted myself with my long oar to give swift impulse to our skip, and while the water splashed with melancholy sound against its sides, I looked with sad affection on this last glimpse of sea-girt England, and strained my eyes not too soon to lose sight of the castellated cliff which rose to protect the land of heroism and beauty from the inroads of the ocean that, turbulent as I had lately seen it, required such cyclopean walls for its repulsion. A solitary seagull winged its flight over our heads to seek its nest in a cleft of the precipice. Yes, thou shalt revisit the land of thy birth, I thought, as I looked insidiously on the airy voyager, but we shall never more. Tomb of Idris, farewell. Grave in which my heart lies sepultured, farewell forever. We were 12 hours at sea, and the heavy swell obliged us to exert all our strength. At length, by mere dint of rowing, we reached the French coast. The stars faded, and the grey morning cast a dim veil over the silver horns of the waning moon. The sun rose, broad and red from the sea, as we walked over the sands to Calais. Our first care was to procure horses, and although wearied by our night of watching and toil, some of our party immediately went in quest of these in the wild fields of the unenclosed and now barren plain round Calais. We divided ourselves like seamen into watches, and some reposed while the others prepared the morning's repast. Our foragers returned at noon for only 6 horses. On these, Adrian and I and 4 others proceeded on our journey toward the great city, which its inhabitants had fondly named the capital of the civilized world. Our horses had become, through their long holiday, almost wild, and we crossed the plain round Calais with impetuous speed. From the height near Boulogne... Bologna? Sorry, I I misread that as the lunch meat. Boulogne. That's probably how that's supposed to be said. That's a guess. I turned again to look on England. Nature had cast a misty spell over her. Her cliff was hidden. There was spread the watery barrier that divided us, never again to be crossed. She lay on the ocean plain, in the great pool, a swan's nest. Ruined the nest, alas! The swans of Albion had passed away forever, an uninhabited rock in the wide Pacific, which had remained since the creation, uninhabited, unnamed, unmarked, would be of as much account in the world's future history as deserted England. Our journey was impeded by 1,000 obstacles. As our horses grew tired, we had to seek for others, and hours were wasted while we exhausted our artifices to allure some of these enfranchised slaves of man to resume the yoke, or as we went from stable to stable through the towns, hoping to find some who had not forgotten the shelter of their native stalls. Our ill success in procuring them obliged us continually to leave some of our companions behind, and on the 1st of February Adrian and I entered Paris wholly unaccompanied. The serene morning had dawned when we entered at Saint Denis, and the sun was high. And the clamor of voices and the clash, as we feared, of weapons, guided us to where our countrymen had assembled on the Place Vendôme. We passed a knot of Frenchmen who were talking earnestly of the madness of the insular invaders, and then, coming by a sudden turn upon the place, we saw the sun glitter on drawn swords and fixed bayonets, yells and clamors renting the air. It was a scene of unaccustomed confusion in these days of depopulation. Roused by fancied wrongs and insulting scoffs, the opposite parties had rushed to attack each other, while the elect, drawn up apart, seemed to wait an opportunity to fall with better advantage on their foes, when they should have mutually weakened each other. A merciful power interposed, and no blood was shed, for while the insane mob were in the very act of attack, the females, wives, mothers, daughters, they rushed between, seizing the bridles. They embraced the knees of the horsemen and hung on the necks and weaponed arms of their enraged relatives. The shrill female scream was mingled with the manly shout, and formed the wild clamor that welcomed us on arrival. Our voices could not be heard in the tumult. Adrian, however, was eminent for the white charger that he rode. Spurring him, he dashed into the midst of the throng. He was recognized, and a loud cry raised for England and for the Protector. The late adversaries, warmed to affection at the sight of him, joined in heedless confusion and surrounded him. The women kissed his hands and the edges of his garments. Nay, his horse received tribute of their embraces. Some wept their welcome. He appeared an angel of peace, descended among them, and the only danger was that his mortal nature would be demonstrated by the suffocation from the kindness of his friends. His voice was at length heard and obeyed. The crowd fell back, and the chiefs alone rallied around him. I'd seen Lord Raymond ride through his lines. His look of victory and majestic mien obtained the respect and obedience of all. Such was not the appearance or influence of Adrian. His slight figure, his fervent look, his gesture, more of depreciation than rule, were proofs that love, unmingled with fear, gave him dominion over the hearts of a multitude, who knew that he never flinched from danger, nor was actuated by other motives than care for the general welfare. No distinction was now visible between the two parties that were late ready to shed each other's blood, for though neither would submit to the other, they both yielded ready obedience to the Earl of Windsor. One party, however, remained, cut off from the rest, which did not sympathize in the joy exhibited on Adrian's arrival, nor imbibed the spirit of peace, which fell like dew on the softened hearts of their countrymen. At the head of this assembly was a ponderous, dark-looking man, whose malign eye surveyed with gloating delight the stern looks of his followers. They had hitherto been inactive, but now, perceiving themselves to be forgotten in the universal jubilee, they advanced with threatening gestures. Our friends had, as it were, in wanton contention, attacked each other. They wanted but to be told that their cause was the one, for it to become so. Their mutual anger had been a fire of straw, compared to the slow-burning hatred they both entertained for these seceders, who seized a portion of the world to come, there to entrench and encapsulate themselves, and to issue with fearful sally and appalling denunciations on the mere common children of the earth. The first advance of the little army of the elect reawakened their rage. They grasped their arms and waited but their leader's signal to commence the attack, when the clear tones of Adrian's voice were heard, commanding them to fall back. With confused murmur and hurried retreat, as the wave ebbs clamorously from the sands it lately covered, our friends obeyed. Adrian rode singly into the space between the opposing bands. He approached the hostile leader, as requesting him to imitate his example, but his look was not obeyed, and the chief advanced, followed by his whole troop. There were many women among them, who seemed more eager and resolute than their male companions. They pressed round their leader as if to shield him, while they loudly bestowed on him every sacred denomination and epithet of worship. Adrian met them halfway, and they halted. "What," he said, "do you seek? Do you require anything of us that we refuse to give, that you're forced to acquire by arms and warfare?" His questions were answered by a general cry, in which the words election, sin, and right arm of God could alone be heard. Adrian looked expressly at their leader, saying, "Can you not silence your followers? Mine, you perceive, obey me." The fellow answered by a scowl, and then, perhaps fearful that his people should become auditors of the debate he expected to ensue, he commanded them to fall back and advanced by himself. "What, I again ask, do you require of us?" "Repentance," replied the man, whose sinister brow gathered clouds as he spoke. "Obedience to the will of the Most High, made manifest to these his elected people. Do we not all die through your sins, O generation of unbelief? And have we not a right to demand of you repentance and obedience?" "And if we refuse them, what then?" "Beware," cried the man. "God hears you and will smite your stony heart in his wrath. His poisoned arrows fly, his dogs of death are unleashed. We will not perish unrevenged. How mighty our avenger will be when he descends in visible majesty and scatters destruction among you." "My good fellow," said Adrian with quiet scorn, "I wish that you were ignorant only, and I think it would be no difficult task to prove to you that you can speak of what you do not understand. On the present occasion, however, it is enough for me to know that you seek nothing of us, and heaven is our witness we seek nothing of you. I should be sorry to embitter by strife the few days that any of us may have here to live, when there," he pointed downwards, "we shall not be able to contend, while we need not. Go home or stay. Pray to your God in your own mode. Your friends may do the like. My orisons consist in peace and goodwill, in resignation and hope. Farewell." He bowed slightly to the angry disputant, who was about to reply, and turning his horse down Rue Saint Honore, called on his friends to follow him. He rode slowly, to give time to all to join him at the barrier, and issued his orders that those who yielded obedience to him should rendezvous at Versailles. In the meantime, he remained within the walls of Paris until he had secured the safe retreat of all. In about a fortnight, the remainder of the emigrants arrived from England, and they all repaired to Versailles. Apartments were prepared for the family of the Protector of the Grand Trianon, and there, after the excitement of these events, we reposed amidst the luxuries of the departed Bourbons. There's another footnote to tell you about the snippets. If you're reading along with me, that's where that's from. Okay, folks, as much as I want to continue on chapter 5, I have an appointment for my vaccine booster tomorrow, and I have already pressed a little farther than I should have. Um, I think if I tried to get through chapter 5, even disregarding the whole time issue, my throat would try to kill me tomorrow. So we're going to bookmark this location as the end of episode 6. Episode 6. Okay. And then we will attempt to get through these last 5 chapters next week. And then we can move on week after that to a new book, in which I will remind you, if you have books you would like to suggest, the Discord exists. That's a great place to do that. There's a whole Paper Cuts channel for it. Anyway, actually, I want to see, while we're still live here, how many chapters did we get through this time? So we were in chapter 9 of the previous volume just now. Well, rather at the beginning of the stream. And then scroll up to see it. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up the table of contents here, and it's taking its sweet time in showing up. Okay, so we got through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chapters this fine episode, this fine week. So it is entirely feasible. It might be a bit of a press, but it is entirely feasible for me to finish the book next week. So, this intervening time between those 2 episodes and the next are the best time for you to suggest new books. I have something, if nobody suggests anything, but I would love some viewer suggestions. If viewer, listener, we're really multimedia lately, so, regardless, if you have suggestions, anything public domain is easy game. Anything that you feel I can reach out to the author and get a timely answer on, also free game. Public domain is easier. For context, I'm going by the public domain rules of the United States. That means 1920... It's either 1923 or 1926 this year. Very recently, we got some new editions. 7 days ago. So, oh, don't you just love that? Anyway, with all that said, I look forward to finishing this book next week. This has been Paper Cuts, and I hope it didn't sting.